Okay. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are. A lot has happened in the wide world of sport in recent days. Obviously, we've had the World Cup draw for the FIFA World Cup next year, and of course, there are still six nations yet to qualify. So we will go through that. I'm expecting a lot of questions in regards to the FIFA World Cup draw. There's been a lot of complaints that I've seen about how long it took for the draw to be completed and the structure of the draw and the unnecessary like structuring of it with the entertainment and some of the presenters and the FIFA World Peace Award that was given to Donald Trump and just the general cheese of it. But obviously, the draw's been made. Some of the groups look quite weak on paper, but tournaments aren't won on paper. You've got to turn up. Now, there's been a lot of discussion about kickoff times next year. At the moment, any times. Kickoff times and stadiums, they are provisional. They ultimately can be changed between now and the World Cup kicking off in regards to who plays where and where training camps are and team bases. Of course, we've still got the playoffs for all those nations that have got to go through the playoff format. Two yet still to qualify, including the Republic of Ireland, Northern Ireland, and Wales. And out of Northern Ireland and Wales, they're in the same playoff section under the UEFA section. So one of them is definitely not qualifying. So one of the home nations is definitely not qualifying. And there's the potential for some big. Oh, I've got a tough affair. Some big nations, for example, not to qualify. So some big nations could still miss out on the tournament. We've got a couple of debutants. Some groups look a lot easier than others. But as I say, tournaments aren't won on paper. You've got to play what's in front of you. You've got to perform. Some of these so-called lesser nations may, really put the games of their lives in because they see the big name opposition. I think we've got the potential for some upsets. I think the weather conditions next year will have a massive part to play. I have no doubt we will have weather delays because of weather conditions in the US next year. So that's going to be an interesting thing to look at. But the kickoff times, some of them have raised a few eyebrows, but the kickoff times actually over in the US and how they've been changed for the European and Middle Eastern and Asian and North African kind of fans, but the majority of fans obviously are going to be from. And even some of the South American fans as well. There's been a big discussion already over the price of some of the tickets that have already been advertised 6 months out. That's raised a few eyebrows. Is the cost of tickets, which has been roundly criticised by overseas fans as well as fans domestically in the US, Canada, and Mexico. There's been a lot of discussion over the prices of tickets, and they are on the extreme end of things, which is not a good sign this far out. I wouldn't be surprised as if after the opening kind of couple of games, if attendances are struggling, that organisers are forced to drop the price of tickets to increase sales. Wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. So yeah, that looking at the groups, there are some groups that look easier than others. Obviously, there was a seeding system as well, and how that all played out. Some groups only have the one European nation in; other groups have multiple European nations in. And so yeah, how the groups were seeded and how they were drawn. There's been various debates. I honestly think that they've obviously, with the expansion of the World Cup and the amount of nations playing, I think that could potentially go from a positive to a negative. I think the tournament's going to be a week longer. Myself, unless my work is very, very happy to give me the group stages off, I don't think I'll be able to watch as many games as I want to, in part because of the kickoff times, especially some of the later ones, because of my work hours. By the time I leave for work, it's roughly about 4 o'clock in the morning I leave for work. Some of those games may be concluding at that time. We don't know what the knockout stages are going to look like either in regards to kickoff times for the knockout stages at this point. Again, these kickoff times I think are provisional as things currently stand. But considering how the FIFA Club World Cup went with heat and weather delays and poor attendance, I can see changes occurring to the World Cup structure in regards to kickoff times format and how they work around the weather and heat conditions and weather delays and water breaks. There's going to be it's going to be interesting, very very interesting how this tournament ends up being organised and how it all pans out. Now, the NRL is making a lot of headlines in recent days. We'll talk about the West Tigers in a minute. I've done a video on the West Tigers today, but there's been some off-field dramas involving former players. Former players have been in up to no good, and they're both former Broncos players. So Josh Maguire is on hot water with assault allegations, and Wendell Sailor is in hot water for resisting arrest and what appears to be alcohol and drug related incident. And both have had their issues with the authorities before. The Josh Maguire one, I think, is a more serious allegation. It's physical violence against a child, basically, which we assume is one of his own kids, sort of on a domestic abuse kind of line of things with how it's been reported. Of course, with the age of the child concerned, reporting's limited, but Josh Maguire's never been far from controversy, and then of course Wendell Sailor with the arrest that he's had. Wendell Sailor, he's had his issues with the authorities as well at various points in his life, like father, like son, because his son's had his issues with the authorities as well. So that's some negative headlines that I think when it comes to like post-playing welfare and things like that rugby league would rather do without. And of course, then we've got Curtis Scott, who's now been brought before court in regards to a hit and run incident, again involving alcohol from earlier in the year. He's been brought to court. So there's been a few former NRL players who've made the headlines for all the wrong reasons, which is it's not a good look. It's not a good look. And then on the Eli Katoa side of things, in regards to the aftermath after his brain surgery and his concussions and what happened at the end of the international season, the Tongan head doctor, assistant doctor, one of the trainers, they've all been given 2-year bans by the NRL and Australian Rugby League Commission from all activities. And one of the other trainers, I think, has been given a suspended punishment. They've got, I think, 5 working days to respond to the charges and the punishment. I think more heads will potentially roll in regards to the Eli Katoa situation. We know he's not playing in 2026, and potentially his career could be done. It will be interesting to see if he does return to play in 2027. But the Melbourne Storm have stood him down for 12 months, I believe. I think they're going to allow him to do some non-contact training and work with him to make sure he's fit and healthy. But Eli Katoa will not be playing at all in the 2026 season. And that's a big blow, obviously, for the Melbourne Storm and their chances of going back to a third consecutive grand final and trying to win. Evening, everybody. Also, before I go into what's happening at the West Tigers, and other major sporting events like Lando Norris winning his first F1 title the other day. It was my birthday on Saturday, and it was rather boring. And the weather has been rather naff in this part of the world. We've got a weather warning from tonight through tomorrow. There's another named storm coming through, and there's going to be a lot of heavy rain, flooding warnings as well. It's sort of on and off light rain here where I live, but there's bad weather is due to sweep across not just the UK, but a lot of North and Western Europe over the next 24 to 48 hours. So there's flood warnings in place and weather warnings in place. And there are some areas that have already seen significant flooding in the last month or so. So that's something that I thought I might just drop in there, considering that Blackburn-Sheffield Wednesday didn't get concluded with Blackburn 1-0 up. The second time it's happened this season. From a winning position, the game has been called off. Obviously, the game against Ipswich as well due to a waterlogged pitch. So Ewood Park continues to have drainage issues. Hearts to win the SPL? Potentially, I hope so. I think that'd be good for Scottish football. The fact they qualify for the World Cup is a good sign. I think Steve Clarke is doing a good job with the resources he has available north of the border. I've always rated Steve Clarke as a coach and as a manager. I think he's criminally underrated in that regard. Um, let's hope they can continue with and they can bounce back from a little wobbly spell. They've had a wobbly spell the last few weeks. I think all clubs go through this. They've dropped a few points. Celtic have closed the gap a little bit, although Celtic have had their off-field issues with fans not happy with the board and managerial changes. Celtic have got their third manager of the season. But it would be good for the SPL for Hearts to win. I've got a good friend who is a Hibs fan who's not so keen on Hearts winning the league, but I think it'd be good for Scottish football if Hearts were to do it. But again, the national side qualifying for the World Cup, I think, is also a real positive side. And Steve Clarke has now got them to 3 major tournaments out of 4. So they're doing something right north of the border now. They are starting to get a bit more of consistency. The next step is to, I wouldn't say win a game at a tournament because they've done that before, but actually get out the group stage of a tournament for the first time. I think that's the next step, I think, on the international side of things. My thoughts on the game being abandoned, the second game, it's concerning. This never happened before. And I think there's a lot of issues at play here. The River Darwen obviously flows behind the Riverside stand. And it is a very steep valley. If you actually look at it, it's not a wide valley. It's a very narrow valley. But there's clearly drainage issues and there's clearly issues with, river dredging and the watershed, the wider watershed geographically. That's a hydrological and geography issue. We could discuss that on the other channel, the geography of Lancashire, geography of Southeast Lancashire. But this never happened before the Venky's taken over yet. It's happened twice in a season. That's concerning for me. Considering that Preston, both times that the games have been rained off mid-game and abandoned the game against Ipswich, had minutes left to play. I don't understand why they couldn't just try and finish the game. Preston, just up the road, similar amounts of rain fell and deep out, and they were able to complete their game. And they have similar geography in the Preston area. So it is frustrating as a Blackburn fan that that's 6 potential points that we've not been able to obtain. We've got to replay both these games and fit them in a very congested calendar because obviously it's not that far away. The third round of the FA Cup comes around, and that's where it starts to become a very congested calendar. They've got to try and get these games played. But it's embarrassing because both these abandonments have happened with the Venky's at the ownership helm, which raises concerns for me as a fan about the upkeep of the stadium, the upkeep of the facilities, the investment in the facilities, and pitch maintenance. And I'm not having a crack at the groundskeepers because I think they do a fantastic job at every club. But it is deeply concerning that the pitch is struggling to drain. I know it's actually a better playing surface now than when we won the Premier League 30 years ago, and it's a better surface now than when we were last in the Premier League. Most playing surfaces have massively improved, but it is deeply concerning that it's happened twice now, and we cannot afford a points deduction with the battle we're in at the bottom half of the table. But we've got to replay these games, and there's nothing to suggest that we'll win both the games being 1-0 up hypothetically. The fact that they could move the kickoff times to earlier with potential bad weather, this being a known issue, I think that needs to be something the Football League needs to consider with the club, knowing that drainage is an issue at the stadium and that the local geography doesn't lead to good drainage with the river valley and the river. You need to be a bit more flexible if they know bad weather's coming, but when it comes to sporting governance in this country and using common sense, they're both lacking. The governance side has been poor. I think the club owners, they're just a disgrace, but that's my view since they took over in 2010. I've never been a fan of the Venky's ownership and what's happened to the club that when they bought it was making money, had no debt, now is racked with debt and is not making money. We've been down to League One, so the club's a mess. And a lot of fans are staying away as a result. We consistently rank low in the bottom half of the table for average attendance, even though we've got one of the biggest stadiums in the Championship, which is Premier League grade stadium. Um, when I say a percentage of attendance, because obviously there are clubs with smaller stadiums that actually have numbers in attendance being lower, but they actually have sold out or have a higher average attendance for percentage. That's how stats can be fiddled to suit a narrative, but we always come very low in attendance percentage of action, of potential attendance, which is really concerning. Um, so there's a lot of issues at the club, but we're not the only club with bad owners and ownership issues and structural problems or infrastructure problems at all levels of the game. That's just facts. Um, there's other things going. Uh, yes, yes. Yeah, Norman headphones. Yes, famous fan, not just with Charlton fans, but up and down the country. An iconic fan. He was known across all fan bases. He supported the club for over 4 decades. Was a season ticket holder nearly as long as I've been alive. Um, and went to home and away games. And look, at the end of the day, Charlton now have to try and get that game rescheduled as well. So it's not an easy thing. Obviously, match abandonments happen; they do happen for a variety of reasons. The Charlton situation is it has happened more regularly than you realise. But that's what the match day authorities decided was the best course of action considering the circumstances. But I've seen the tributes for him, and it's brilliant. There's obviously a lot of rivalries out there and a lot of niggle out there between the fan bases and the hooligan element and all that. But when it comes down to it, when like Norman headphones, as he was known, or headphone, they're the bread and butter fans, and there's been a statement released by his family, which the club released on the family's behalf, which was very, very touching. And I can actually see a permanent memorial that either Charlton fans or the club will put in place for him. Iconic fan, absolutely iconic fan. And if you know your fan groups and all that, was well known across the footballing community in the UK, not just England. So uh, you know they're your bread and butter fans, and what we are losing is that connection between your working class, local, support them all your life kind of fans who go to as many games as they can or are season ticket holders. And I mean, I've been to a fair few Blackburn games, but it's not easy getting up to Lancashire. I will admit that. I am kind of glad that on my birthday weekend, I didn't get tickets up for the game against Sheffield Wednesday because I got up there and then got stuck because the weather was literally that atrocious. And getting back, I mean, looking at now with the weather warning we have in place, I would have had to make a long weekend of it. I probably would have got stuck up Lancashire or in the North Midlands or something like that, and wouldn't be the easiest getting to and from, and also exceptionally expensive because I would have to rely on purely public transport. Now buses are capped at £3, but train tickets are pay per mile, aren't they? They're £1 per mile, so that would have been minimum. And we know how expensive getting the train up and back is, and that would have been well over nearly half a month's wages just to get the train up and back. So um, that's where I feel obviously the frustration for Blackburn fans and Sheffield Wednesday fans in that regard, and also the Ipswich fans from earlier in the season. Even Sheffield just across the Pennines. That's not a close thing to get to, and a lot of them were taking public transport, and to get there and then. How are fans going to be refunded? Are they going to be given free tickets as a result? Will they get discounts on the refixturing? It's not a good look, and I think this is going to add further fuel to the fire with the fan protests against the current ownership. I mean, look, those fan protests have been going now for nearly 16 years, so they're not going away. But with the way that it's happened twice this season, with more bad weather on the horizon, it's now winter. This could happen multiple times this season, and there has been talk of points deductions, and I think fans actually want the points deduction to force a relegation, ironically, and they want to force the ownership out. But then we've seen what's happened with Sheffield Wednesday. We've seen what's happened with Morecambe this season. And I do fear more clubs, not just Blackburn, but more clubs will end up in the situation that we've had with Sheffield Wednesday and we've had with Morecambe, where they've literally nearly, um, nearly gone tits up. So, and then we look at rugby league with the Salford Red Devils, and that's something else I wanted to discuss, where they were just chronically mismanaged in a very short space of time. It's not like the Venkeys having a club for many, many years, or the Glazers and now to Jim Radcliffe investing at Man United, being owners for a long, long time, the relationship with the fans breaking down, issues with whatever. The Salford Red Devil situation happened very, very quickly. Very quickly. It took less than 18 months for the club to end up in the situation where it's now ceased to exist. And, that now creates a headache for the RFL, because obviously they had said we're merging the Championship and League One together. We're going to have this Super Championship of 21 teams in the league below, obviously, the Super League. We're going to start getting the fixtures sorted, and club goes bust in pre-season, which shouldn't be the case, but is ultimately happened. And there's a different circumstances to other financial difficulties sporting teams find themselves in, but it's happened. And I don't think a Phoenix club will be given an operating license this close to the start of 2026 season. Players have now got to find new clubs if they were under contract, which not many players were, and non-playing staff and non-coaching staff. So those club staff, like in the club office, club shop, they've now got to find new employment at a time when finding work is not necessarily the easiest task in the world. And I do say that without being nasty in any way, shape, or form, but that is a reality. I've got to go. I just love having a bad back. My shoulder went pop the other day. I had I trapped a nerve, I think. So I've had a bad shoulder for a few days, which was great just in time for my birthday, having like one arm buggered. Being stuck on public transport when you're trying to get back from a game or get to a game or go anywhere is a nightmare. And it's happened to me a few times. Where I've either missed a train or there's been delays and cancellations, replacement buses, all that kind of stuff. It has happened, but I've always managed to by hook or by crook, get to my destination or get home again. I had a few concerns on my birthday because I went out on my birthday for a few hours. I went to my local Warhammer shop, so I just bought a couple of the codexes and another one of the Warhammer novels, and I thought my train's going to one of my trains going to my destination was late, and then one of my trains coming back was late, but not overly, so it didn't impact my ability to change trains where I needed to change trains, which was all right. I got to my destination, I got back from my destination all right. So I have noticed more often than not that if I'm getting multiple trains to a location, I never have them all on time. It's normally 50% or higher are delayed by a certain amount of time, some of them by lengthy amounts of time. So I've not had many trains on time lately, which is frustrating. And so that's something to be aware of. But again, this is another issue which does sort of put me off going to sporting events in London or anywhere really. It costs money. Just the transport alone costs more than the ticket, 9 times out of 10. And then you've got to hope that you're going to be able to get to your destination on time, which, as I found over the last few years, doesn't happen as regularly as it should. So yeah, it's a pain, and I feel sorry for those fans that did travel to Ewood, both home and away fans that being let down again. But yes, I have seen there has been threats of points deduction or in discussions if of potential punishment and fines for the club. Um, as I say, I feel sorry for the players and the fans because the players are prepared to play all week. They get there and it all goes wrong. I feel sorry for the fans who've travelled there that have spent their money, um, and will they be compensated or refunded, or will they get money off? The rescheduled game. Will Blackburn be forced to play with a reduced capacity or behind closed doors as a punishment, which will hurt the club financially? I don't know how the EFL go about this. As I say, in the Charlton case, that's obviously for different reasons, and I think the correct reasons they abandoned the game. But it'd be interesting to see what the rule states in regards to match abandonments and the reasons why, and what if should there be punishments? Because sometimes the weather just, you could either have a sudden snowstorm, sudden rainstorm, lightning, lengthy weather delay. You could have fog. The weather could turn quite nasty quite quickly. There's various reasons why games get called off and abandoned. Normally, it is weather related, but the fact that the same problem has occurred twice is deeply concerning. In regards to this case, waterlogged pitch, which will raise questions, but there needs to be investment in better drainage and an assessment and a review of the playing surface, because this never used to happen, even with the old days when pitches did get cut up a little bit, did get muddy, were bobbly. Even in the early Premier League days, pitches were not the green carpets that we have today. So it'll be interesting to see what see what happens. I will say this: matches getting called off now in 2025 for waterlogged pitches at the higher levels shouldn't be happening with the amount of money that has been spent on the playing surface and stadium infrastructure. However, we have seen postponements and matches being called off because of weather conditions. So, but the fact it's happened twice in the space of 2 months, I think, is a concern. And it doesn't happen that often. But the fact it's happened to the same club twice, and it has been my club, which is the aggravating thing. The fact it's happened twice in a couple of months in the same season is a concern, and there needs to be playing surface needs to be looked at, and questions need to be asked of the ownership, and do they really actually care? Because from my point of view as a fan, and I do stress this as a fan, it seems like the owners don't care, and it's frustrating because both games were called off when my team were winning. That's 6 points we could do with right now, and that does mean we now have games in hand of the teams around us, but Ipswich's form may completely change. Sheffield Wednesday, even with their points deduction, they could go on a winning streak for all we know. Highly unlikely with the squad they have, and we may not be in a position to win both those games. And that's what's frustrating, is that's the potential for 6 points lost there. In a season which is we're not doing as well as last season or the season before. So it's concerning that we could get dragged into a relegation battle. There could be some form of punishment handed down to the club by the EFL, the FA, for failure to complete fixtures. And it'll be interesting to see what was put in the referee's report as well. It'd be very, very, it'd be very interesting what the referees put in both their reports in both Ipswich and the Wednesday games, because they have to put down the reasons why, and was it feasible? Was it feasible to play on? It'd be very interesting, as I say, what the referees put in their report, and also will it happen again this season? Because I have no doubt it potentially could. Bromley or Harrogate, yeah, you can understand for a lower level club or a non-league club, but a lot of non-league clubs have gone to the plastic playing surface, the 3G or 4G AstroTurf, in part to reduce maintenance costs and reduce staffing costs. because money's tight at the lower levels of the game. And there's some pros and cons to the plastic pitch. Pros are you get less games called off because of the weather. The cons are more likely to have knee and ankle injuries for the players, like ACLs and MCLs and syndesmosis kind of injuries. And that is a known fact that you just get a lot more contact joint injuries for players, and some players also report getting those kind of like road rash when they do the sliding tackles. So, but it is more noticeable that in the non-league they're allowed to have the plastic pitch. The Football League and the Premier League do not allow that. So, if a club that has a plastic pitch gets promoted to the Football League, they have to rip it up and put in a turf or grass pitch as a result. And they might only spend that one season in the Football League and then get relegated down again. And it's a big cost to change playing surface. But that's what the EFL and Premier League mandate is their rules. The non-league, you can have whatever playing surface as long as it's been approved by the FA. So it is an interesting one. And there's the potential in the future for every club to have a artificial playing surface. But we've seen it in the NFL as well. And there is a big debate, and rugby union, and there has been a debate over the amount of ACL, MCL, ankle, Achilles kind of injuries, PCL, shoulder injuries, that kind of thing, most to do with the joints, and looking at a normal playing surface, a traditional grass or hybrid grass, like hybrid turf playing surface, and the plastic or the all-weather kind of AstroTurf playing surface and how that impacts injuries. And there's been a big debate, around that. It has to be. It has to be. So that's going to be interesting how the American football stadiums are, how they prepare the playing surfaces, because some of those are going to be temporary, and then the NFL comes back in, or the CFL if you're in Canada with some of those multi-purpose stadiums, they come back in, but it's a FIFA rule. So they have to be grass. Now they can be grass hybrids, which have that plastic stitching, where they have the fake grass, but they have to be a minimum percentage of grass. I think it's about 85-90%, but they have to be grass based. They cannot be like a fake plastic pitch kind of thing, AstroTurf. They have to be grass based. Yes, they have, but I think that's a cost measure at the women's tournaments, because obviously the women's tournament makes less money, potentially could make a loss, but makes less money, and it's normally a cost thing, because they want to try and maximize as much profit as they can or minimize the losses where they can. And the men's tournament is too big a thing to not there's leeway in it, but I believe they have to be predominantly grass playing surface. If they have a grass hybrid, it still has to be a minimum, I think 85% grass, and they just stitch the panels together with the like a hybrid kind of fibrous stitching thing. I've seen how they do it. It's weird. It's not weird, but it is. It's sort of like how when like your nan knits you a scarf and it's multicolored squares. It's how they seam it together. It's a good way to describe it, actually, a bit of crocheting. Or when you look on, for example, when you look at like your clothes, where they have the seams and how they cross stitch things together. And so that's quite interesting to look at in that way. But no, it's interesting. I think in previous women's tournaments, yes, they have used. I think they're given a bit more leeway, but even then, the feedback from players is, in regards to the ankle injuries that women have suffered playing. They're more likely to have, statistically anyway, have those type of knee and ankle ligament injuries, and other joint injuries as well, where the cartilage damage and all sorts. But again, it's just to do with stadium availability, money and trying to maximize profit or minimize loss. Um, I haven't really put too much concern into the cities that England are going to be playing at next year's World Cup. If I'm being honest, and neither with where Scotland are playing, because when it comes to potentially knockout, because obviously anything can happen in the group stage with the way it's formatted, with certain third place teams making it through to the knockout stages and it being an expanded tournament. Again, these are provisional fixturing and provisional kickoff times. We still have, as I say, 6 nations yet to qualify. It's going to be interesting. I mean, look, yes, I understand like some of those, like but that's North American stadium locations. North American metros and cities work differently to our towns and cities here in Europe and the UK, especially. But American fans, are used to that. They are used to that. It still comes under the metro statistical area. It's weird. I know a fair bit about US metros and how they work out what a metro is and how they work things out. But Foxborough, that's not how you spell it, but okay, because the Americans can't spell, so you just deliberately misspell it, and be fine. But it's the home of the Patriots, so New Englanders will still see it as Boston, basically. But there's the stadium in New York, for example, is in Rutherford, New Jersey. A lot of the stadiums aren't actually in the cities that they claim to be in, but the way US cities and how they develop and how they work them out, where stadiums are located or arenas are located, depending on the sport, does raise a lot of questions about accessibility, public transportation. Some of these stadiums are not well sited for accessibility unless you drive. So unless you actually have a car, they're not public transit friendly, a lot of them. And I think a lot of the traveling fans are going to find out how bad US public transportation is. We like to complain about our trains and our buses and our tram networks over here not being the best, especially our trains. But trust me, with those Brits going over next year, especially if Wales and Northern Ireland make it, or the Irish make it as well, those who are used to having some issues like with the trains not always being on time. I know I was complaining about that on my birthday. And on my brother's birthday, the trains being, a bit haphazard. I think a lot of Europeans will not be complaining about having delayed trains or trams ever again, or underground or whatever metros when they get to the US. I mean, it's something else. I think Kansas City. Is it Kansas City, one of the stadiums, or Omaha? I think is in the Midwest. Fans over there are like, it's hard to get to if you don't drive. Europeans are going to really not like this, and I think that's part of the reason why I think the Club World Cup was a bit crap. But the US sporting experience is you look at some of these stadiums and they're just a stadium surrounded by a massive car park or parking lots. Now there are some stadiums that are really well connected with US metro systems or local rail routes and bus routes, but they're not on the same level of public transport that we're used to over here, where, for example, Wembley's got its own train station. The Oval Cricket Stadium in South London has its own tube station. For example, West Ham, where they play at the London Olympic Stadium, has its own tube station. If any sporting events are held at the O2, formerly the Millennium Dome, has its own, tube station. Not all American cities are that well connected. Where I'm not sure about Canada with Toronto and Vancouver, but Mexico again. some of their stadiums are actually slap bang in cities, so city centres, which isn't too bad. But the US, a lot of their stadiums are in the suburbs or in their own kind of districts, and they're not always well connected to everything else. I just can't stand it. It's like playing in Warrington. Call it, man. That's America for you. They always, say the European mind can't comprehend how big America. No, we can. We just rather not. But the public transportation in the US is shockingly bad. As a whole, there are certain cities like New York that, for example, that are really well connected. There's been massive improvements made in LA, for example. San Francisco is famous for its trams, its tram network going up and down the steep hills. Seattle's is chaotic. There are some, as I say, LA's made improvements. Washington DC's got a metro. Obviously, New York's metro is well famous. I think Philadelphia's got quite a good public transit system. Chicago with the L train, and the White Sox Stadium has actually got its own stop. Ironically, I think Wrigley Field does as well, if I'm not mistaken. So some US cities, very similar to like London, for example, with London Underground, or Paris with the Metro, or the U-Bahns in Hamburg and Berlin, for example. There are some cities in the US of that kind of level of connectivity. And then there are others like Kansas City where, you've got two Kansas cities on either side of the river. And there are some stadiums and cities where you really do need your own vehicle to get anywhere, and But Seattle, I think, and some of the stadiums, I think that are being used, are reasonably well located for accessibility. But a lot of the complaints that came out of the Club World Cup this summer was that some stadiums were really hard to access. Public transportation was poor. And the public transportation that was available couldn't cope with even limited numbers of fans going to and from. So it's going to be interesting to see how things cope in 6 months' time. I have my concerns that I have my concerns about the fan experience not being great, and that's something that's been mentioned. It's like the Everton's new stadium, obviously with the second Rugby League Ashes test. Fans love the stadium, both local fans, English fans, and Aussies who came over, loved the stadium. A lot of the complaints, especially from those not from Merseyside or from Liverpool, who were travelling into the city to then go to the game, was like the transport connectivity with the public transport was crap, and there was not enough around the stadium to do before and after the game. So it wasn't easy to basically get food and drink, basically, and have a whole match day experience. It literally was just go to the game and then get there as best you could and get out as best you could. Stadium itself, thumbs up. Around the stadium, not so good. Very similar to Stadium MK. Brilliant stadium in an industrial estate. And again, some stadiums are poorly located. But then you've got some other stadiums that are really well located, even if they are old and historical and had the improvements, like the Stoop and obviously Twickenham itself by Twickenham train station, or very close by Twickenham train station. And I've been to Twickenham and I've been to the Stoop, and actually to get to Twickenham you have to go past Quinn's Stoop, which is, when you see a big stadium and then a massive stadium, it's like, wow, that's a nice stadium, and that is huge. Very easy to get to, and it's actually nicely signposted, and you actually walk through a suburban housing estate, really, and then you pass a reasonable sized stadium, and then you see like one of the biggest stadiums in the world just appear from you can see it from the train as you go in. You see both stadiums from the train, and you can work out actually how close they actually are to the mainline station. And then Oval, you can see going into London Waterloo, and you can actually see where you've got to walk to and how easy it is. You don't even have to get the underground; you can just walk straight down from Vauxhall Station. Just walk straight down a straight road, and you're at the cricket. So, as I say, some stadiums in some cities very easy to get to. Other stadiums not so easy to get to unless you have your own transportation. And I think a lot of fans are going to find that there's not enough Ubers, not enough taxis, and they're going to struggle to get to and from fan zones to stadiums, back to fan zones, back to their accommodation. They're going to find the experience not as easy as the Euros last year, where there were complaints about the trains and trams in Germany struggling a little bit to keep up. There has been some issues with the German railway system in recent years with punctuality, in part because of government funding and misspent funds and admin. In Germany, Germany is not as efficient as we thought, but it's been the same at every major every major sporting event. There's always some criticisms of accessibility and public transit, and there's always going to be some issues. Well, Milton Keynes and Bristol, their stadiums being difficult to access. I think Bristol City, they seem to do better than Milton Keynes in regards to get the fans in that stadium and the match day experience. But there's no doubt that Milton Keynes, the stadium is a fantastic facility that is just really badly placed. The problem is Milton Keynes is a really awkward city to get around as well. And it's not the most entertaining part of the world for nightlife. It's a bit dystopian, is Milton Keynes. If you've ever been there or been past it, it's a bit one of them going, wow, they did this. They built a really depressing place to live, even though actually it's a very wealthy area. There's a lot of good income, a lot of good paying jobs. It's just a really dystopian place. The stadium is not in a good location, though. And I do think that obviously we've got the Euros in 2.5 years' time. It is going to be one of the venues. It's a fantastic stadium. I have no doubt that it will perform well as a stadium. There's just nothing around the stadium for fans to do. It's in an industrial estate, and I think that's part of the problem. And I think that's going to damage the fan experience. They could have done a bit more in regards to development around that area with an entertainment district or a residential commercial district that wasn't industrial. A couple of high rises, a couple of bars, restaurants, that kind of thing. Actually try and do something around the area, but they just went, can we have our stadium here? Local council went, yep, perfect place for it. It's easier for police to police it because there's less residential areas. And so you could you can keep the trouble contained, but for a major Euros or a major World Cup, that's not going to go down well with the overseas fans and that kind of thing. I think that's a fair criticism, and it's been criticised for its location. The facility itself is fantastic. Ashton Gate is a fantastic facility, not necessarily in the best area of Bristol, but it's probably easier to get to than Stadium MK. Travelling supporters, if you are going to use it as a tournament venue. Look, I think they used Ashton Gate in the Women's Rugby World Cup. I think they did, and they didn't have many attendance issues. Fans managed to get to and from. They managed to get their way there, and from what I can gather, the fan experience at the Women's Rugby World Cup was a thumbs up. I think it was well attended. Attendances were good. The fan zones worked really well. So I think the fact they've used Bristol now as a venue for rugby, and they've had a bit of a trial run with it, I think that helps. It's an established stadium that's been there a very, very long time. It's had the improvements made and upgrades over many, many years, so the capacity's been increased. Goes in their favour as well, so they know how to deal with large crowds. Stadium MK got the capacity, doesn't really normally have the attendance, so it will be interesting to see in a couple of years' time how they deal with more fans in attendance and how that impacts the local public transportation and Milton Keynes as a whole in regards to getting fans from the city centre, from other public transportation hotspots to the stadium, and then from the stadium back to the city centre, their hotels, train station, that kind of thing. fan zones. It will be interesting to see how that all operates, how it all works, and can organisers see if it will work. The fact the stadium exists in the size it is partly for the failed World Cup bid that we didn't get for 2018. It was one of the reasons why the stadium was built initially. And then ultimately we get the 2028 tournament, and I think Milton Keynes is one of the stadiums that's going to be used because it's up to the UEFA standard, and it was designed for major tournaments in mind. Even though Milton Keynes don't play at the level that they used to, because they obviously used to be a championship side when the stadium was being planned. Former Premier League side, if we count Wimbledon Football Club, and they're not. So there is that. We haven't even talked about Lando Norris winning his first F1 title, and Oscar Piastri missing out and narrowly missing out, and Max Verstappen obviously having the second of the season that they did. It's good to see McLaren for the first time in a long time back at the top of the grid and winning another title, both Constructors and World Championship. There's been some lean years for McLaren over the years. There's been some very successful successes over the years as well, and of course next year we've got new regs coming in, and there's been concerns about the new regulations package for next year, and it's going to be interesting to see how the F1 regs, how they change, how that impacts things. And of course Audi and Cadillac are joining next year, and of course Sauber is disappearing as a team name next year as well, which it's going to be weird not seeing a Sauber car on the grid officially, even though it is the Audi team, just they've changed name. But it's going to be weird not having Sauber as part of F1. Now, that doesn't mean Sauber are pulling out motorsport completely, but it's going to be very odd not having a Sauber car on the F1 grid. I think that's a shame. I do think that's a shame not having Sauber there, but we've seen many iconic World Championship winning teams like Tyrrell, for example, leave the grid. So that's a sad day that Sauber, the ultimate underdog, in my opinion, including Minardi in that fashion as well, are no longer going to be an F1 team or an F1 team name. But it's the way F1's been trending for a long time. That's where we are at. I think it's going to be really interesting to see how next year plays out with the regulation changes and some of the design issues that the teams have found, both on engine design, the aero package, getting the two to work together. No more DRS. Thank you very much. Not been a fan of the DRS since it was introduced all those years ago. I think it's actually, I think it's been a negative rather than a positive. It's not push to pass. I don't like that in Formula E. I'd rather just see the cars go flat out and a bit more driver skill involved a little bit. I don't think the regs have helped in regards to drafting and following behind the car in front. This is why I prefer endurance racing a little bit more. In fact, I significantly prefer endurance racing more than watching the F1. I haven't watched an F1 race in full for a long time, even before Liberty Media took over the running of F1 from Bernie Ecclestone. I fell out of love with F1 a long time ago. I know a lot of North Americans have now been introduced to the sport or got back into the sport in recent years, in part because of the Netflix documentaries. But I think actually they've completely changed the. I don't think the changes to F1, in my opinion, are the right changes they've made in regards to race weekends, having sprint race formats. It's just, to me, it's not what I grew up with, and it's not what a lot of people in the 90s and the 2000s, and even going back to the 80s and 70s who are older than me, enjoyed watching. It's completely changed. The dynamics have changed. It's basically a different sport now. It's a different racing category. I don't actually think F1 is now actually the elite of the elite anymore either. Personally, when it comes to motorsport, I think other categories have caught up and I think potentially surpassed F1. I honestly prefer endurance racing. I think that's far more challenging for the drivers. There's a lot more pure racing involved in that. Yes, there's more strategy involved in that, but the drivers are more likely to be going full throttle in their stints. Even if they're short stinting, they're just going for it because time is the essence. You could argue that. Ironically, you could argue that, but again, you've got to look at the fact that Red Bull did have their struggles. The Christian Horner situation has been very, very interesting. What's happened with Christian Horner, and his I'm going to say demise at this point. We're not sure if he's going to be completely in the wilderness forever, but Christian Horner and the off-track allegations and investigations and alleged behaviour and inappropriate behaviour or bullying or whatever happened behind the scenes there, I think has had a part to play within the Red Bull team and within that dynamic. And that's not to excuse any bad behaviour or any toxic culture, because I think that had a part to play. There was a lot of politics involved within the Red Bull team. There's a lot of big personalities in F1 anyway. It has become a little bit of a circus, more of a circus than before. Unnecessarily so. I think the TV rights is an issue for F1. I think putting it behind a paywall, at least in the UK, was a massive mistake. Massive error of judgment. But they were chasing the greed. When that media rights deal was signed, which was a Bernie Ecclestone deal, people need to remember that. I think that the relationship between F1 fans and the sport, very similar to MotoGP as well, and Dorna, who have also, Liberty Media bought a big stake in MotoGP, so Grand Prix motorcycle racing. I think both of those categories of motorsport, those formula of motorsport, going behind basically Grand Prix racing and support Grand Prix racing, going behind a paywall in the last decade, I think has been detrimental to both MotoGP and its support categories on Moto2 and Moto3, and detrimental to F1, GP2 and the support categories there. I think that was not the best decision. I think they've chased the money there and not the best decision. What you think they should reduce the number of points awarded between first and third? I remember when it used to be the points paying positions were first to sixth. And then they expanded it from first to 10th. Some categories go from first to last and they award points. And they just reverse where you finish, and that's how many points you get. So if you finish last, you get 1 point. If you finish first, you get maximum points, which would be equivalent to how many race entries there are. Look, I as I say, don't follow F1 religiously anymore. However, I remember when Lando Norris was in the support categories of the British Touring Car Championship, so he has done exceptionally well. I followed Lando Norris's complete professional racing career from the beginning to now, and and Oscar Piastri as well. I mean, he's still, I think, got the ability to potentially win a world title as well. I think that's going to be a rivalry that's going to simmer. I think there's 3 or 4 drivers that I think are world championship caliber right now in the field. I think Lewis Hamilton, I think he needs to realise that he's not going to win another world championship. He's definitely not going to win with Ferrari. I think, yes, there has been issues with the car. There's been issues with team management, but I think it's very noticeable that there are better drivers on the grid now. Same with Fernando Alonso. I mean, look, the fact Fernando Alonso is still competing is fantastic. they're the elder statesmen of F1. But I think it's clear and obvious that Lewis Hamilton, in the F1 category, he's done. He's done. Alonso is just Mr. Consistent, but Hamilton is done. His fall off has been rapid and very noticeable. And also, you compare Alonso, he's won less titles than Hamilton, yes. But you compare them, Alonso went out of F1 for a while, came back. And tried his hand at other formulas and other racing categories. And has even won Le Mans, so bear that in mind. Hamilton hasn't. And I think that's also impacted Hamilton a little bit. Alonso doesn't throw his toys out the pram like Hamilton does. Now, it's an interesting one. I don't think it is an interesting one. But when you look at it, and seriously, when you do look at it, Alonso is far more liked by fans in general. I think Hamilton has his fans, but Alonso is more likable as a champion and as a former champion and as a competitor. And there are some other drivers on the grid that are as a fan, are seen to be more likable than others. You've got to have that level of arrogance and that level of being a dick about you. You've got to, have that drive to win. But there are several drivers on the grid who are more likable than others. And Lando Norris is one, Alonso's another. I think even Piastri's quite likable. Ricciardo's quite likable because he's just fun and really engages well with the fans and the media. Lewis Hamilton, much like Schumacher before him, Vettel had his moments. Nowhere near as likable. And former teammates have said he was very difficult to work with. And yes, you want to have a bit of rivalry with your teammate. You want to beat your teammate. But former teammates have said we were the ones who developed the car. He just drove it. We put more effort into pre-season testing, car development, chassis development. Other former teammates have said he was just an arse. And, he's been teammates with champions like Alonso and Button, for example, who said, yeah, he wasn't Rosberg. They've all said pretty much the same thing. Not a nice guy to be around at times. And I do think there's something about Lewis Hamilton which is very unlikable. And when you criticise Hamilton, people go, oh, you're racist because he's Afro-Caribbean or whatever. And it's like, no, he's just a dick. His background's got nothing to do with it. He's just, the way he treated his dad was diabolical. When he sacked his dad. I think the way he treated his dad, he did sacrifice a lot for him, and his brother as well. Says a lot about certain aspects of him as an individual. But there are other drivers as well who've not overly the nicest people. And that's on and off camera. And that's, again, in sport, you're going to find that. So there is that. And yeah, we'll see. Hamilton is still, with the Ferrari car next year, where Hamilton is competitive wise, and is this actually a working partnership that's going to work? Because I think Ferrari has gone back to Ferrari of the early 90s, the late 80s, as a graveyard of champions and as a graveyard of drivers, and since Raikkonen haven't won a world championship. So these are very lean years for the Italian team. No, I'm not, because I don't have the TNT subscription. I have Discovery Plus. Now, whether it's free and accessible or not, I don't know. But again, a lot of fans have been very, very critical of the FA Cup draw being behind a paywall. Very, very, very heavily criticised. And there's also been a lot of criticism. There was only 2 games per round up till the semi-finals being on free-to-air coverage. So only 2 of the quarterfinals are going to be shown free-to-air. One of the semi-finals free-to-air. A lot of criticism over the TV deal that was signed. There's been a lot of criticism aimed at the FA for their commercial arrangements that they've agreed. And dropping ITV as a broadcast partner was roundly criticised at the time when it was announced a couple of years ago. And those criticisms keep flooding in. I don't know what the viewership figures have been like for TNT Sports as the co-broadcasters of the FA Cup. But I will dissect the FA Cup draw tomorrow when it's done in full. I'll have a look at it, and we can dissect the FA Cup draw later on. I've got a day off work tomorrow, so I can do that. I do think a lot of fans are angry with sports TV rights right now, and how fans are being priced out. It's facts. It is, but it's the arrangement and the agreement that was part of the TV rights. I think it's poor. Those Friday night and Monday night games behind a paywall, I just don't think are going to get the viewership. It's going to be interesting to see what 2 fixtures are selected for the BBC coverage in the third round. Very, very interesting. And it's going to be really interesting to see the viewership figures on TNT Sports, because I don't think they're going to get the figures. I just don't think they're going to it's going to happen. And I think that's going to ultimately be a more of a negative than a positive. I think the frustration that fans have had with the broadcasters and the FA, Premier League, Football League, you name it, for a long time is there. And we have seen the traditional aspect of the FA Cup be eroded over time. And the League Cup's gone the same way a lot sooner. A lot of fans don't really rate it as a competition anymore. A lot of fans of clubs, rightly or wrongly, criticise the bigger clubs in the Premier League and the Championship in the third round stage onwards, where they would pull out a weakened team, for example, and only take it seriously towards the latter stages of the competition. I don't think you can say that about Crystal Palace, who won last year. I don't think you can say that about Palace with the teams they put out week in, week out from the third round to the final. They always seem to put out a strong team. I don't think you can say that about Bournemouth either. They always put out a strong team in their little FA Cup run last year. But a lot of teams did put out weakened lineups, which I think devalues the competition a little bit. And I think fans rightly criticised. Are right to criticise that. It was good to see that the League Cup final was on free-to-air coverage this season just gone. I think that should be a thing. I think at least 1 League Cup game per round should be on free-to-air coverage as well. But that's up to the EFL as those in charge of the League Cup to organise with its broadcast partners. Even though Premier League clubs are allowed to take part in the Football League Cup. I'm not going to call it by its sponsorship name. I just refuse. It is the League Cup. Always has been for me. And I think, it's... Yeah, I do think it hurts the lower league clubs. I think it hurts the game. But it's the direction the FA have decided to take. Having both semi-finals at Wembley is a big no-no for me. I understand in the early days after Wembley was reopened and trying to, pay off the stadium. I get that. The stadium was paid off years ago. And fans have been pushing for a return to neutral grounds, which I think is fair. I'm seeing League One and League Two fans want to lose on purpose in the EFL Trophy just so they can focus on the league. That again. I think the EFL and the FA and the Premier League have definitely got a lot of their strategy wrong in regards to the fan experience and accessibility and cost. Fans feel they're being priced out. And if this Netflix takeover of Warner Brothers Discovery, who own TNT Sports and Discovery Plus, that could have massive implications going forward for broadcast rights and bidding rights, and then we hear that the Champions League, there's other bidders now interested, with Paramount, who own Channel 5, coming in with a big bid when that comes up for negotiation. So we could potentially see more free-to-air games if that does occur. They still have to improve their streaming service, by the way, and make it more accessible. It's the cost. And then the fact that fan bases want to go and then you look at the empty seats at games, it tells you all you need to know. The changing of kickoff times to suit broadcasters and the overseas audience has gone down badly with fans over recent years. The 3 p.m. blackout, which clearly has served its purpose 25, 30 years ago. I mean, come on. That was brought in the early days of TV. That needs to go. Surely the 3 p.m. blackout is archaic, and is rightly criticised and has been criticised for donkey's years. Allowing the under 21 Premiership teams to enter has killed it, and devalued the Football League trophy for the League One and League Two. It's a League One and League Two competition. There should be no bring back. What's wrong with the FAU? That was a thing, still is a thing, but fans have never liked the Premiership youth teams being involved in it. It completely devalues the competition for League One and League Two clubs that it was designed for, and there's always been a competition for. That to me makes no sense. But who are we to judge? Because we're not the governing body. I don't get it. Some of the decisions and some of the competition formats, I really don't get. But sports governance and common sense do not go hand in hand, and they haven't done for many years. And yeah, look, the quality's gone downhill, and the fan numbers aren't there. That really should tell you all you need to know about the direction certain competitions are heading in, and these lower league clubs rely on these competitions for revenue. They rely on these competitions, for ticket sales, merchandise sales, occasionally, TV money. I need to change position. My back is weird. So I completely understand the frustration fans have, and if the quality's got worse, that honestly tells you all you need to know about where the EFL have got that horribly wrong, horribly wrong. But it was a decision that the Football League clubs had a right to vote on. They agreed to these changes. The changes have been implemented, so they can't complain. They voted for it. They agreed to it. When there's changes made to a competition that they agreed to it, and they voted on it. It passed. So the clubs have only got themselves to blame, and the fans not being happy with the quality of the product, says a lot about how out of touch the governing bodies are of our national sport. And I don't get the 3 p.m. blackout. It hurts fans and as an consumer. It's one of the few Jeff Stelling. Wow. I don't think attendances are being protected. We see empty seats at games all the time on 3 p.m. kickoffs when they have the highlights packages. Now, there's various reasons why fans stay away from watching games. It could be in protest of the owner. The team isn't playing particularly well. It's not really a rivalry fixture. Jeff Stelling, I understand why he still advocates for it. I can understand his argument. He is a bit of a traditionalist, but the debate is up in the air. There's those who are against it, there's those for it, and you've got to understand the argument from both sides. I think it's an outdated rule. I understand the frustration. I more understand the frustration from fans, though, in regards to kicking, changing the kickoff time for broadcast reasons and then for the overseas market. The fact that the overseas fan can watch have the choice of every single game live and we don't, that for me is the frustration. And it costs them a hell of a lot less per month or per week or per game or per year to pay for. I think he's entitled to his opinion and his view. I understand why he has that opinion. I don't think he's wrong, nor do I think he's right, if that makes sense. I think it's a far more nuanced issue. I personally think that the 3 p.m. blackout has served its purpose. I understand why it was brought in the first place, but it's reached a point now where it's irrelevant, especially in the era of VPNs and illegal streaming. I mean, as long as that 3 p.m. blackout stays in place, and also the broadcasters charging obscene fees for obscene subscription prices, fans are going to find a way around it. The pay-per-view fiasco during COVID, where there was one match where 86 people paid for the pay-per-view, and legitimately, and more fans just found a way to find an illegal stream, or found a way to get the North American broadcast and watch it. And it really, I can't remember. I think it was it Bournemouth Burnley or something, or West Brom Burnley, and 86 people paid for that pay-per-view at like £5 a pop or to £15 a pop or whatever it was. It was embarrassing. And when that happened, and fans just said, we're just illegally streaming. We don't care. We're not paying for this. And the Premier League and the broadcasters came back with the worst statement saying we're dropping this for commercial. No, it's because fans are protesting. They're not buying it, and they're illegally streaming, and they're embarrassing They embarrass the broadcasters. But then earlier on during the COVID lockdowns, I think Bournemouth. Who were Bournemouth playing? It was either Bournemouth, Brighton, or Bournemouth were playing one of the first free-to-air Premier League game, and it got the highest ever viewership figures a Premier League game has ever had. The news on the Olympic ice rink issues. There's been reports that the arena playing surface is too small and is even smaller than NHL rink standard, and that the Olympic ice hockey arena may not be completed on time. So that's what I gather at the moment. Organisers are saying it is going to be completed on time and it's going to be up to NHL playing surface size standards. However, certain reports, and they haven't been verified yet, are suggesting that the playing surface may be not to full NHL or IIHF playing surface standards. And the IIHF rink sizes aren't massively different to the NHL. They're just slightly wider. I think there's just a little bit more space on the ice surface for at the moment, we're only hearing hearsay and reports that it may not be, ready on time, and the rink size may be substandard. But until those reports are confirmed, but it's an Olympic Games. There's always venues being finished at the last minute. Come on, where have you been hiding? But no, the NHL has sent representatives over to Italy. They've met with organisers. They've been assured that the arena is going to be completed on time for the opening games. Bearing in mind the women's and the men's ice hockey competitions actually start before the official opening ceremony. It's one of those events that actually has to start before the official Olympic start date. And yeah, we'll have to see what happens, and if they can fix the ice surface issues, and if they can actually complete it on time. But again, let's wait and see. Watch this space. Why can I watch the Bundesliga and J League games for free on YouTube, which is a good standard of football, which it is. Any football is a good standard of football. I even watch Jamaican Premier League games. They're fun. Okay, the standard of defending and goalkeeping is a bit haphazard, and the playing surfaces still better than Ewood Park, but it's fun to watch because it's accessible. Premier League games, on the other hand, just English football in general. The thing is, we're not able to watch every single Bundesliga game on YouTube. I will stress that. And we're not able to watch every single J League game on YouTube. Again, I will stress that. But those leagues have decided to make it more accessible and grow their not only national, I think it is only international fans. So in Germany, you can't watch on YouTube, and in Japan, you can't watch on YouTube. But overseas fans, they're trying to, they've realised there's an opportunity to grow the product and reach a wider fan base. And I think in part it's because of the US getting the World Cup and being the hosts of the World Cup, and they've seen an opportunity to get more American eyes, because YouTube is an American company, onto their product. And why not? World Rugby does it. You can watch international test rugby for free on YouTube. You can watch multiple sports leagues free on YouTube. Actually, it's not. You can watch the PWHL, the Women's Ice Hockey League in North America, on YouTube. Again, you can watch the World Championship Ice Hockey on YouTube. Although this year you couldn't. It was only highlights only, but past years you've been able to watch the World Championship Ice Hockey. I think there was a thing to do with their broadcast rights this time around that prevented that. But in previous years, you've been able to do that. So there are multiple sports where you can get access to full match replays or live matches. I do think the Premier League is missing a trick here. I think chasing the money, while it's made the Premier League one of the wealthiest leagues going in the world, it's the wealthiest football league in the world. I think it's having a detrimental impact on the domestic fan base and even the wider fan base, because even overseas, you've still got to pay subscriptions. There's no free-to-air games at all. And I think that is a big mistake in how they market the game and how they try and reach a wider audience. Mark Scheifele, I think Mark Scheifele has been announced as part of the training squad. So I think he's going to be on the Canadian roster. What line he plays on, I don't know, but he's going to make the squad that goes to Italy, yes. Although the Jets as an organisation have to start playing a little bit better than they have been the last couple of weeks. It's been a bit concerning, the dip in form we've had the last 3-4 weeks. Bit concerning. Yes, there's been some injuries, but I as a Jets fan, I'm kind of glad that these wobbles are happening now and not in the run into the playoffs. So I'd rather see wobbles before the Christmas break and before the Olympic break than coming out of the Olympic break, if that makes sense. But I do think Mark Scheifele does make the Canadian Olympic roster. I think he does. I think Josh Morrissey makes the Olympics as well. So there's a couple of Jets players that I think go to the Olympics for a variety of nations. And it's going to be, look, one of the reasons why I watch the Winter Olympics is for the ice hockey tournament. Even the round robin stages, I just like watching ice hockey. And the fact that the PWHL is on YouTube and is accessible to all is a fantastic marketing move. The attendances back that up as well. Really good attendances. And the standard of play has been quite good. So I like the PWHL. I would like to see the women's game evolve a bit more, where there's a bit more contact and they could do full body checks, and even a bit of fighting would be nice. We've seen a few tempers flare in a few women's games. I think they could allow the women's game to be a bit more physical than it is. I know it's more of a skill-based game than the men's, but it'd be nice to see a little bit more of physical play in the game evolve and sort of be similar to the men's in that regard. But the fact that the PWHL has games on YouTube for free is fantastic, and that's marketing genius. J League even gave us the two teams in the title race on YouTube. It's not like it's two dead rubber games, and if that's a big, if we ever get free Premiership games, it'll be. They will never. They'll geo block it for the UK audience, so you're going to have to. The UK and Irish audience will be geo blocked. They do it for the World Championship Ice Hockey when they were showing those games for live and free and accessible. They geo blocked, so geo blocking is still a thing. I just don't think these broadcasters and leagues have realised we have access to a thing called VPNs, and we can change our locations, and a lot of people illegally stream for the. And I think some leagues have realised they've listened to fan feedback and say, look, we want accessibility. You already make a shit ton of money. Give us accessibility. And look, Bundesliga, I think it's 20 games. I wouldn't have used Mark Goldbridge, but they decided to use that. They decided to use him as part of their marketing. He claims he's making no money out of the agreement. He gets ad revenue from YouTube and YouTube membership revenue. So he is making money out of it, just not directly from the Bundesliga. I find it funny that the Bundesliga went, we'll use Mark Goldbridge to do watch-alongs. This is the same Mark Goldbridge who consistently, week in, week out, slags off the Bundesliga for views. I just cannot believe the Bundesliga went, we'll use Mark Goldbridge. Considering that he has regularly slated the Bundesliga, slagged it off to get clicks and views on his channel. I can't stand Mark Goldbridge. Fair play to him for being successful, but he's one of those YouTubers that I think is an absolute prick. And the fact he has to use an assumed name because he started when he was a fully paid police officer on taxpayer time, because police officers can be called up when they're off duty to attend. You get called that. Yeah, I think his surname's D'Souza or something. He's got either Portuguese or Italian surname. I can't stand Mark Goldbridge. I can't stand people who watch his content because it is just clickbaity, deliberately reactionary, biased crap. He wouldn't be successful if Man United were successful. Let's just say that if Man United had remained a successful, consistent club, Mark Goldbridge, he wouldn't have made a success out of himself. But look, he's had some controversies as well. But I find it interesting the Bundesliga decided to use him as a vehicle to promote their product in the UK. But look, they put games on free to air. They've done that for a while in regards to YouTube. And the Bundesliga is not bad quality. And if Bayern Munich hadn't been as dominant as they have been over the last decade or so, people will be saying, the German league is surprisingly historically more competitive than people give it credit for. It's just unfortunate that for most of the last 10 to 15 years, Bayern have won the majority of titles, apart from, I think, 4 or 5 seasons. That's the issue. Other than that, it's a very competitive league. For any new viewers who are like, it's Bayern's league all the time, look at my football club histories, look at the German clubs I've done, look at the successes they've had. A lot of clubs have won the Bundesliga or German Championship before the Bundesliga era, pre-1963. A lot of clubs have won multiple German titles in the Bundesliga and pre-Bundesliga eras. And pre-1970, Bayern Munich was shite. So there's that. And there are fans old enough to remember when Bayern Munich was shite. So, and there's a period between 1933 and 1945 with the logo they wore. They'd rather you not pay attention to the crest that they wore on their kit. Between 1933 and 1945, there's a little bit of just don't look here. So there's that. Give the Bundesliga watch-along rights to James Alcott or Stumpeg. They're two channels that I don't follow. Fair play to them, but you know, yeah, you could give it to Flying Pig. I know he's on a United fan channel, but he's actually quite entertaining and also quite balanced because he'll cover non-United stuff and he will also engage with non-United fans on his live streams. Um, so yeah, there are some other sports YouTubers in the UK or football YouTubers in the UK that yes, um, they could have worked with, but he's one of the bigger ones, and they've looked at the analytics, they've looked at the size of his audience, and that's where they've decided to go. They're not paying him any money. However, Mark Goldbridge will make money out of it via YouTube ad revenue and YouTube memberships and super thanks, super chats, and all that crap. So he does make money out. He claims he won't, but he will make money out of it. I will say this: you know, it's an interesting one. I'm not a fan of Mark Goldbridge, but there are many who are, and that's fair play to them. There's going to be a difference of opinion. There's plenty of people who don't like this channel, and again, I've had my spats with various viewers. Some of them have been quite abusive. Sodom. I've had my battles with Welsh and Kiwi rugby union fans over the years, especially more the Welsh, but more recently New Zealanders. A couple of New Zealanders, not many, but more so with the Welsh. Um, and I've had my battles with some toxic fans of sports teams. I think every sports YouTuber will have those abusive comments. I've had plenty of abusive comments, plenty. But they're the two countries of origin or fan bases of origin where I've had the most crap. The fact that they're Sky Sports regulars, but at the same time, the Bundesliga have said we want this to be free to air accessible, and but they obviously have smaller viewership than Mark Goldbridge. James Alcott, Club World Cup. It's more of a FIFA competition, and look, Stumpeg, yeah, she's female and she covers all leagues, and that is, she could be classed as the female equivalent of me, just with focusing on the one sport. And that Sky Sports have got them on. Fair play to them. They've made a success of themselves. And they do this as a living, and they make enough money and stuff like that. And they've obviously got a big enough fan base for enough viewers to watch them. I will say this: I don't really follow a lot of other sports YouTubers. I really have made a thing of that. Well, the things I watch on YouTube are like history stuff. I like my metal detecting and my history. I like my documentaries. And I like my kind of my journalism a little bit. I'm a former media studies student and a former politics student, so I do follow those who are political journalists. So my YouTube viewership, and I'm a bit of a railway nerd as well. So my YouTube viewership, I don't actually follow a lot of sports YouTubers. There's only a handful that I follow. The hockey guy being one. I don't actually really follow any kind of football YouTubers. There's a couple who do like the stadium histories and things like that. I don't really follow a lot of rugby league YouTubers either. I follow one or two rugby union, but I haven't really watched for a while. Again, some of the YouTubers you'll mention, I don't even know who they are. That's the thing. I don't really follow other sports YouTubers really. There's a lot of sports YouTubers that I've unfollowed, and I just focus on my own content. The YouTubers I follow, metal detecting channels, history channels where they discuss history, geography channels because I'm a former geography student as well, and politics because I'm a former politics student. I follow my interests outside of sport. I like to have a break from doing this just as a pure sports fan and what I like and the sports that I like, and looking at the major sports stories like what's happening in the NBA and Major League Baseball with the gambling scandal, for example. That's newsworthy. But I don't really follow other the other sports YouTubers really. I used to, and as time has gone on, I've tuned out a little bit. There are some that I do follow who do more of the sports history side of things, but there's I don't really follow other sports YouTubers really. I've because then you get into that danger of trying to compare yourself to others in a similar area, and that can get quite dangerous, and that can be a slippery slope, which can impact the quality of the content. And I've seen it where um, uh, other YouTubers have sort of had fallouts with each other in regards they're both in the same kind of sphere, be it Mark Goldbridge. Obviously, there was what was so what exactly is the AFC spat, for example? I have no idea um, what that's all about. I have no idea. But I have seen it before where a couple of YouTubers have collaborated before or worked together or in the same kind of space. And there's been a falling out and it's actually hurt both channels and there's been legal issues. And I think Mark Goldbridge has had his issues with some of his former collaborators on what he does now and on the Man United side of fan channels. But yeah, I there's only a handful of sports YouTubers that I follow, and we're not in the same kind of space, if that makes sense. So I've got rugby league history, who Pommy and Oz. He does a lot of AFL content, and I've got to message him actually in regards to doing a bit of a collab where I think we're going to interview each other. I think at some point, either basically after Christmas, after New Year's, before the AFL regular season down under begins. And I think he's going to ask me a lot of non-AFL questions and sort of a bit of an interview, really, and a bit of cross-pollination because he focuses on the one sport and I obviously focus on multiple sports, and he's going to get me up to speed. Pommy and Oz is a very good. He's a British bloke, lives in Melbourne. He's an AFL fan. He's very good at what he does. His channel is a nice growing channel. He's really fun. He does a lot of good content, and his channel's grown massively this year. And again, he does it much like me, like a hobby. He's a little bit more kind of professional with the graphics and the thumbnails and the kind of the editing that he does a little bit in regards to his content. I think he's still a one-take kind of guy like me, but he does his content a little bit differently. I occasionally pop into a couple of his live streams every now and then, and we've just got to organise just doing a kind of one-to-one kind of little, I wouldn't say interview, but more like a conversation, like a live stream type thing. It's just getting the timings right with where he's in Melbourne, Australia, and where I am over here in the UK, and getting with the time zone difference and working out a good way to do it. Obviously, I've got to probably get some streaming software or work out if we can do it by Zoom call or something, and then he can upload that or have that going as a live stream on his channel, or upload it as sort of like a little podcast kind of thing. But that's going to be kind of fun. But he also follows the NRL and he follows other sports as well. But his channel is mostly to do with the AFL. And I stumbled across his channel a while back in regards to a sort of scandal involving the AFL in regards to their drugs testing policy. And I sort of stumbled across his channel. We both subscribed to each other. We kept in contact. And he's a northerner. and I'm a Southerner, and we have our differences on opinion in regards to certain things, and we don't agree on everything. But he's kind of good, and we support each other's channels, and so that's going to be kind of fun. Japan potentially. Japan's talking about splitting the AFC in two because it's the AFC Champions League. Being fair. Right, okay. So the Asian Confederation. I thought we were talking about something else. I think that there has definitely been a power dynamic shift in regards to Asian football. Obviously, the Asian Confederation allowed Australia to leave Oceania and join their confederation because obviously Australia were just spanking everyone apart from New Zealand all the time, and it wasn't very competitive. And of course, there's other considerations in regards to the Asian Confederation. Should there be like a Middle Eastern section, like Arabia, and then the rest of Asia, for example? That debate's been had for a while. The Asian Champions League is an interesting one because outside of Saudi and Qatar, you could argue that the UAE and Bahrain, out of the Gulf states, it's only Japan and Korea and potentially like countries like Thailand, for example, that have the money behind them. But then you look at the TV and the broadcasting, and moving the knockout games, I think, impacts the fans, from Japan and Korea and Southeast Asia. So there is a debate about splitting the Confederate, but that debate's been had for some time. That's not a new kind of idea that's been put forward by some within the Asian Football Confederation. There's some debate about how we structure the confederations that make up FIFA, like merging North and Central America with South America, for example, like CONMEBOL and CONCACAF, merge them together to make it very similar to what UEFA is over here with Europe in regards to the number of nations, and same with Africa with AFCON. There is that debate about merging those smaller confederations, because they are smaller in regards to the number of nations, together to make qualifying a little bit more competitive and a little bit more interesting. That debate's been had. And again, how nations qualify for World Cups and regional tournaments, and even at club level, it is interesting with how the various Champions Leagues or the international club competitions work. So there is a fair argument there. You could argue the more Oriental and Southeast Asian nations like Japan, South Korea, Thailand, for example, and some of those other nations that have quite a strong footballing presence. Indonesia has a decent footballing presence in Southeast Asia. There is a debate of splitting like the Arabian clubs and countries and the rest of Asia sort of in the middle a little bit. Central Asia as well. There's a debate about splitting up some of these confederations. I mean, Kazakhstan is part of Europe, for example. Azerbaijan, Armenia, and Georgia, they come under Europe, as does Turkey. But Iran, that borders these countries, comes under Asia. So there's Israel, obviously, for political reasons, is part of UEFA. Australia, for sporting reasons, is part of Asia, although there is some political consideration there with the soft power that Australia has in regards to Southeast Asia. I mean, there is, Asia's a very interesting one when it comes to their confederation. Same with the Americas and CONMEBOL and CONCACAF in regards to merging their confederations together for competitiveness purposes and for qualifying for World Cups. It's an interesting one. But we have divisions within UEFA. I mean, the Scandinavian nations aren't overly happy with UEFA and some of the decisions that UEFA have taken, especially with the Qatar World Cup that we had and the potential for a Saudi World Cup, which we know is going to happen in 2034. nations like Sweden and Norway and Denmark, Finland and Iceland, admittedly, I mean, look, Sweden's hosted a World Cup. Denmark's won a Euro. So these are not insignificant footballing nations with the grand scheme of things. But when you've got major players at UEFA level saying that they're considering withdrawing from UEFA, that tells you all is not happy at UEFA level. And then you've obviously got the international kind of club game, like at UEFA with the European Super League idea, which I see as very similar to the R360 in rugby union, whereby it's only going to benefit a handful of individuals and at the expense of the many. I think there's a division over that within UEFA, and it's more to do with how much power the clubs have. I'm surprised UEFA hasn't split yet due to the favourability of the Western club. That's down to how they've gone from a straight knockout competition to group stages and then giving favourable numbers of places to Western European clubs over the Central and Eastern European clubs. And again, it comes out of TV rights and the value of those TV rights and what that also means, how the prize money is distributed, how you qualify, and then devaluing the domestic competitions of club competitions at cup level. And then getting rid of the Cup Winners' Cup back in the day was a massive error by UEFA. In the short term, I understand why they did it. They sort of merged the two with the UEFA Cup and the Cup Winners' Cup. But on a long term, that's had a detrimental impact. So suddenly they go, oh, we need to bring back a third European Cup competition, which is the the Conference League, which is shite, and renaming the UEFA Cup as the Europa League. I just rebranding it hasn't really worked, but that's a separate UEFA issue in regards to their commercial side. They should have changed the Conference League to Cup Winners' Cup again. Revalue the domestic cup competitions. Revalue them. That again has distorted it, and then it's the TV rights. It's the involvement of the American money. It's the restructuring of the European competitions as well. Losing the straight knockout aspects, I think, hurt them a little bit. The group stages, it's just about making money. You regularly see empty seats at European games in the group stages, and with the current format, that's just crap. Let's all agree on that. The current format, I know it's a stopgap, but the current format is crap. I think UEFA have realised that. The European Super League is a threat, so they bring in a European Super League light. Again, it's a handful of clubs being greedy. The majority of clubs realise that if they were to go with this, it's going to damage the domestic league system that is their bread and butter week in, week out. And fans have a lot of power. Fans and attendance has a lot of power. And you might have a global fan base. But as Man United found during COVID, they were losing £8 million a day without fans in attendance. So the fact that United fans turn up week in, week out is stop going to games, and they will quickly make the changes you demand. Fans have the power. Fans have the power. Protest has power. Chelsea might not like a proportion of the Chelsea fan base. That's a toxic element. But when they protested outside Stamford Bridge in regards to the European Super League, very quickly the club board were like, yeah, we're not going to go ahead with this. And that's under the Abramovich regime. We've got to remember that. This is not the current Todd Bowley ownership. This is Abramovich ownership. Very quickly, within a couple of hours, they were like, we're out. When the fans were like, we don't want this, they very quickly went, okay, we can't do this. It's not going to work. And they couldn't sell, and the European Super League couldn't sell their idea to, to Germany or France. And France has got its money issues, but they couldn't sell it to the other two of the other major European leagues. They didn't get the Dutch clubs involved. they didn't get the Portuguese clubs involved, which and very very quickly, those clubs that did sign up dropped like flies as soon as they saw that fans were going to basically riot and boycott. Yeah, you've got your overseas fans, but if you're bread and butter local fans who go week in, week out, who live within like 5-10 miles of the stadium or an hour of the stadium in your catchment area, if they're not going to turn up, your plastic fans you've only bought in recent years because they're overseas and they fell in love with the club by watching games on broadcast package that we bloody can't. Yeah, the actual match going season ticket holders threatening to cancel season tickets, threatening to stop buying merchandise, protesting, boycotting. Very quickly they went, oh, we're out. They went, quick, we're out. Exeter and Man City now. As I say, I will look at the FA Cup draw after we've done the live stream, and then I will do a video tomorrow reviewing the FA Cup draw and who's got who in the third round. It'll be interesting to see what the free-to-air televised fixtures are. I think Wrexham and I think Exeter might be the two. I really do. My birthday, boring. I'm going to do a members video again tomorrow. I'm not going to do one tonight. I just want to have an early night tonight. My birthday on Saturday, dull. I went to my local Warhammer shop. Actually, I'll show you what I actually. Oh shit, getting old. So I went to So I went to my local Warhammer shop, which is 2 trains and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stations away. So I bought that for myself, which I'm going to read when I finish The Broken Crusade, which I bought last month, which is another Warhammer novel. This is to do with the Astra Militarum. So I've got the novel and I've got that codex, which I think is 10th edition Astra Militarum, which I'm looking forward to. And then I got that codex, because I collect the codexes, Adeptus Sororitas. And then my mum bought me a couple of books as part of the set that I'm collecting in regards to British history. So I've got 3 out of the 5. So they do it in sections. So I bought them. That was 86 quid I spent on Saturday. I've read through the codexes. I collect the codexes. I've got 3 out of the 27. So yeah, I've got 24 codexes at like 30 quid a pop to collect yet. But on payday just before Christmas, I get paid on the 22nd, and I will be literally on the 22nd, literally when I get paid, finish work, get home, get changed, rush into Maidenhead, and there's one more book I want to get. I might get it in the new year after New Year's. So, because I'm working after Christmas Day, I'm working the following 3 Saturdays. Maybe at the end of January, I'm going to go for my next installment of. Basically, I'm going to make sure once a month that I'm going to go to the Warhammer shop. I'm going to collect each individual codex or order them, because I want to collect all the codexes and I want to get as many of the novels as possible. The Horus Heresy series, I mean, that's won awards. I mean, so that's what I bought on Saturday. Sunday, my mum came over, dropped off a couple of books for me, and I will. They're over there. I'm not gonna. They're underneath my rucksack. I'm not gonna faff around because there's 2 of them. They're part of the same set. I've got one of the other set down here on my bedside table that I'm part the way through, and I've nearly finished, but I haven't read it for a while. I've got 3. Is it 3 or 4 books on the go at the moment? I've got 3 books on the go at the moment that I'm trying to read simultaneously, and I'm not making a good effort there. So my mum came over yesterday. I made a little bit of reference in my channel update video earlier. My brother's not been particularly well lately. In fact, he's been actually quite seriously unwell. And he's got an immune system disorder, and they've diagnosed, he's been finally diagnosed, he's got an immune system issue, which is he's got an overactive immune system. Sorry, there we go. And they've decided at the moment that chemotherapy is what he's on. He's on a mild course of it. He's on his second batch. The first 16-week course didn't work. Unfortunately, from the sounds of it, the second 16-week course hasn't worked either. So he's got an appointment with the doctors, I think, after Christmas. He's booked a holiday to Thailand with a load of his mates, but I don't think they're going to medically allow him to travel. I don't think he'll get insurance. He's got an appointment, doctor's appointment. He's got some tests to go through, but it looks like his second batch of chemo hasn't worked, and so he's really ill. So that's his immune system is too good. So from what I can gather, I can't remember the name of what my brother's condition my brother's got, but he's got an overactive immune system. So what I found really interesting is during 2020 and 2021, he did catch COVID. He had no symptoms. He got over it within a couple of days. The rest of my family were all really, really ill, including my sister and my brother-in-law. They all fell ill over the wedding. After the wedding, they all caught it, which was hilarious because I didn't go to the wedding because I had a broken ankle, concussion, and I was recovering from my motorcycle accident in 2021. But my brother got over COVID really quickly. But then, unfortunately, his skin he just looked like a 6'2" walking blister. And then in more recent times, he's had some chest issues where he's collapsed, like literally collapsed in the kitchen, for example. He's been rushed to hospital a few times. They did some tests and they worked out his immune system was actually killing him. It was that good. It attacks his skin, it attacks his lungs, it attacks his thorax and stuff. So he's got to be on an inhaler, can't drink at the moment. They basically diagnosed him with I don't know the exact condition's name, but he's got an overactive immune system. There are several conditions that cause that. We believe it potentially a hereditary one. So I've suggested that me and my mum also get tested because I suffer from eczema and sensitive skin. And my mum's also has some health issues. So my brother's immune system is too good, basically. So a common cold, if let's say right now I've got a little bit of a sniffle, I've not been particularly well lately. I've got a bit of a snotty nose right now and a bit of a chesty cough. My brother, he'll get over that really quickly, and then he'll be really ill with his skin in his chest in a different way, where he can't give a cold to us. He's just ill. And he's basically in the hospital having tests done. They've now realised he's got an overactive immune system. So his white blood cells, they're too aggressive, basically, in that, and his platelets and all that, they're too aggressive, and they start attacking his skin. They start attacking his bronchioles and his lungs. And so that affects his breathing, that affects his skin, which means it impacts, he's in a lot of pain, basically. And so he's been rushed to hospital multiple times. So when I found out earlier this year that he was on chemotherapy, I quit smoking. So there's that. So my brother being ill has made me get healthier. Weird. So I decided to quit smoking when I found out my brother was going through all this. I'll see him at Christmas. He's the mental health side of things. He's been struggling with a lot. He really has. He's been very depressed. No, it's been actually quite easy. I got a bit pissed last time I went out. So last month I went out. I booked some time off, booked 2 days off, and I went to the pub. I went to the Warhammer shop. I got another Codex and Broken Crusade and the Tau Codex, and I went to the pub and I got absolutely wrecked. And I stupidly did the drink and smoke. So I went to the local corner shop, bought a pack of fags, chain smoke. But then when I was sober, I felt rough, and then I just got rid of. I smoked them all. I only got 20, so I had a cheeky pack. But for the most part, since the end of August, I've not done bad. I've had 21 cigarettes in like 4 months. So I had a cheeky little drink and smoke. But other than that little slip up. Bit naughty of me, little cheeky one. No, it's not been hard at all. Not been hard at all. And to be honest, it's actually been quite easy. It's the first 2 weeks I chewed a lot of chewing gum, And then when I had my little cheeky little slip up over beginning of November, straight away, I literally the following day I bought gum, and I've only had a couple of gums out of that. So actually, it's not been hard at all. Really hasn't been hard at all. Although I have noticed I'm drinking a lot more energy drinks, so my caffeine intake has gone up. But no, I'm saving like 200-300 quid a month, so it's been financially worth it. It's making it easier to get through financially. I'm still trying to chip away at the overdraft and get out of the overdraft, but my overdraft goes further, my wages go further. Sleep difficult, but I've been smoking a very, very long time. I'm 36 now. It's weird. I'm 36 now. 36. I'm middle aged. Shit. But you know, honestly, I don't miss it. I tidied up my so down there. I have my other old bedside table, and the other day, I decided I'm going to tidy up, and I found 40, yes, 40 cigarette lighters. And then I went through and went, "Ma, some of these are collectible Clipper ones. I'm going to keep them." And I've got a collectible like Jet Playboy one. There's some collectible items there, but I found 40 lighters, and I was like, "This is horrendous." I mean, this is horrendous, and so I chucked a load of them away. I've kept all my clippers, but some of them are buggered. Like even the wheels have gone. So I'm tempted to start giving my lighters away and just getting rid of them. And it hasn't been as hard as I thought it was going to be. But yeah, chewing gum. My teeth are whitening. They help with oral health. So, but no, I haven't struggled too much. I've had a few moments of weakness, and I'm angry at myself for those moments of weakness. But honestly, nah. My chest is slowly clearing up. But it's this time of year where we get coughs and colds, and with the job that I do and the weather conditions I've got to work in, it's just I'd rather not be spending, a lot of time struggling. And the only thing that's been impacted is my sleep patterns, ironically. Am I looking forward to the World Cup? The football one, I have some reservations about the Football World Cup, if I'm being honest. I do have my reservations. Obviously we saw what happened with the Club World Cup last year and the poor attendances and fan feedback about accessibility at stadiums and the match day experience and fan zones and getting to and from public transportation and stuff. I have my reservations. But there's a few World Cups. We've got the Rugby League World Cup. We've got the Football World Cup. We've obviously got Winter Olympics as well. So there's some good things to look forward to next year. The Winter Olympics is not that far away. It's 2 months away. So there's that to look forward to. Yes, I am looking forward to the World Cup because I just like international sport. But I have my reservations and concerns about next year's tournament. 36. If you told me you're 28, I believe you. I mean, according to some of the facial rec tech, so like even Reddit now, you've got to go for and obviously in Australia they're bringing in the under 16s ban from social media and all that, which I don't think will impact this channel because I hardly have any viewers who are teenagers. Really, it's stunning. Looking at the viewership figures, I've got more older people watching than younger people, apart from the 24 to 35 age demographic, so younger than me. The majority, if you take that out, the next biggest block of viewership is over 65. 36. So actually, when you talk about it, I mean, I still go on some adult websites, but some of them actually think I'm younger than I am. There was one of them that tried to approximate my age, and I was like, just do it. and it said somewhere at one point it was saying 31 to 36. So I was in my age demographic. But what is interesting is even the AI. This is AI can't get my age right. It was approximating my age. It's guessing. It's guessing your age. And I got into a conversation with what was happening when I went to the Warhammer shop. The guy who served me was the same age as me, 36, and he looked younger than me. Very rare people get my age right. A lot of people think I'm older than I am. Some people think I'm younger than I am. I mean, some of the agency we get think I'm in my 40s, and some of the agency we get at work think I'm in my 20s. Yeah, smoking does age you as well. It's all the years of alcohol, drugs, hookers, and smoking. Yes, it's how I get by. No, I am. I suppose I'm lucky. People think my mum is my sister. My mum doesn't look 64. My mum is 65 next year. She doesn't look like she's turning 65 next year at all. A lot of people think my mum is similar age to me. They are stunned when I say no. My mum's in my mid 60s. Is in her mid 60s. She doesn't look in her mid 60s, but she is. Middle age typically refers to the period between young adulthood and old age, commonly encompassing 45 to 70. Although the exact age range can be debated. I like. Oh, you're so kind. Very similar groups in the World Cup, the way they do it. Brazil, Scotland, Morocco are in the same group in France. Yes, that is true. They were in the same group, and I find that weird. And look, we've had Croatia. We've played Croatia in multiple tournaments, be it the Euros or World Cup, that we've competed against each other. I find that interesting that Scotland and Brazil and Morocco get drawn against each other in the same group again. Scotland, England at Euro 96. We were at the Euros before last, at the delayed Euros in 2021. We're in the same group. England, Czech Republic were in the same group. This seems to happen more regularly than you think. Apparently I'm a boomer channel now. It's funny. Yeah, I'm not even joking. A lot of my viewers are over the age of 65, and a lot of viewers are aged over 54 or 55. So it's very noticeable. I've noticed this. I've got a lot of older viewers, especially over the last couple of years, and in the last month, a third of my viewers have been aged 65 or older. It's mad. My age demographic breakdowns. I did a look at it the other day. Actually, I've actually got this the other day, so I'm going to look at. I actually did a video the other day. Let me just get it up. Let me find. Here we go. So for 2025 so far, up to about I think a week ago, I looked at this. So the age demographics very interesting. So this is 2025 so far, give a week ago. So we'll say up to. It's pretty much accurate to now. So 13 to 17, so the age demographic that Australia says you can't be using YouTube, 0.2%. So I don't think the Australia ban is going to impact the channel, but 0.2% of viewers this year are basically secondary school students. 18 to 24 makes up 5.2%. Now, overall, if you do with the lifetime of the channel, that percentage is higher, and I can look at that. I've done it in separate videos, but we're looking at 2025 since January the 1st, 5.2% as of, I think it was like the 30th of November I did this video or something like that. It was just before I did the World Cup draw video. So it's a few days ago. The 25 to 34 age demographic is the highest, 38.4%. At one point, that was at 75%. So that has fluctuated over time. The 35 to 44 demographic, so oldies like me, 13.9%. 45 to 54 is 8.8%. And then a stunning one, 55 to 64, 13.9%. 65 and over, 19.6%. That is just this year alone. It was kind of lucky that I had that to hand because I did do a video looking at the age demographic. The video I did are younger people turning off sports. It's up on the channel. It's a couple of weeks ago I did. And this is mid-November, I think I did the video, about 2 weeks ago. And I looked at the top 5 countries for viewership, top 5 cities. There were no surprises there. The age ranges, though, if I do the lifetime of the channel, very similar results. And if I look at the last year, last 90 day, very similar results. Shorter time frames, ironically, part of the 25 to 34 demographic, which always comes out on top. Second place is generally, for the most part, not always, the 65 and over crowd. It used to be the 18 to 24s and 35 to 44s used to back up the 24 to 35 demographic. That used to be the three main ones, that, as I call the engine room of the channel. The 65 and overs, the retirees, and the 55 to 64, so those who are getting older, semi-retired, or those soon to leave the workplace. Because retirement age used to be 60. It's now gone up to 65, and in some demographics, 67. The older generation are watching more. So that is the viewership percentages as of 2 weeks ago on the year as a whole. So basically, up January the 1st to mid-November, I found that stunning. Now, if I was to replicate that with the demographics of the lifetime of the channel, you know what? Sod it. Bear with me. I'm going to do something. Now, we want to open an app. We want to go to YouTube Studio. Just bear with me a second, ladies and gentlemen. So that was on 2025 as a whole. I hope you can still hear me. I can't see the live stream at the moment, so just bear with me. I've just got to. We don't want that. I can go away. So, channel analytics. I hope you can still obviously hear me. Let's go on. We want lifetime, and we want. Oh God, this is going to take a while. So while that's loading, we'll get back to the live stream, and of course we are still streaming. Fantastic. So as long as I won't be able to obviously see the live chat whilst I go back to YouTube analytics. So it's really annoying that I can't actually get audio feedback from you guys actually as audio feedback, and it's like a video conference call. That'd be kind of, if they could do live streams like that where viewers could actually like conference call, that'd be fantastic. But YouTube, for whatever reason, just is not that good. So let me just get this up. So we want age by age. Viewer age. Here we go. So lifetime since I started the channel back in 2017. Lifetime. This is going to be stunning. Let me just get my notebook out the way. 13 to 17-year-olds. Lifetime on the channel, 0.4% all time viewership. 18 to 24. Obviously, on 2025 as a whole, it was 5.2%. As the lifetime of the channel, 17.8% of viewers lifetime since 2017 are aged 18 to 24. 25 to 34 lifetime, 41% flat this year alone, 38.4%. 35 to 44 lifetime, 13% this year, 13.9. 45 to 54, what are we looking at? 10.1% lifetime this year, 8.8%. So again, not too much variable there. The 55 to 64 lifetime, 9.3%. This year alone, 13.9. And the 65 and older lifetime is at 8.5%. And this year, 19.6%. So there we go. So the big changes are 18 to 24 is starting to drop as a percentage of viewers, and the older demographics have this year had higher percentage, but overall lower overall lifetime. So really interesting how the viewership demographics are shifting a little bit in more recent times. Found that interesting. I just did that quickly by just going on YouTube Studio, by going on, because it's weird. So how I did it, I went on Google Chrome, went on my YouTube channel, then went clicking view an app, then I went down and went into YouTube Studio whilst doing this, and then I just let it load up because it gives you 28-day time frame. Let it load up and then go to age demographic and bang. It's been interesting to see that shift in the demographic and in viewership. So I looked at it and went, are younger people switching off? And this year, at least, it seems that's a thing, that there's a shift in viewership. And what's also interesting is older viewers tend to watch for longer. They have longer average view duration as well, and that younger people have short attention spans, or don't watch a video in its full length, or watch as much of a video, and they listen to a few key moments, bang, done, cool, and they're more clickbaity. They're the ones who are more likely to see a clickbait title, go look at it, bang, okay, so and so's been sacked, cool, bye, gone. So that was an interesting one. That was an interesting, a couple of interesting questions. Wales always draw Belgium, 6 death of them. Well, you haven't qualified yet, so there is that. Wales haven't qualified yet, and they're not guaranteed to qualify. Neither are Northern Ireland. One of those two nations will definitely not qualify. Maybe because your rugby content, I feel as though rugby's demographic is on the older side. I don't think rugby league is. I don't think rugby league fandom is. I think that's more of a spread out demographic. I don't think ice hockey is. I think that's more of a spread out demographic. I think cricket, baseball, rugby union, I think they are older fan base demographics. I think that's a fair statement. But no, there's some interesting demographic breakdowns there. Very interesting demographic breakdowns. I think it was very handy actually having my notebook literally to hand, because I've only finished that notebook. I've got a new one to start. So that was very, very helpful, having recently done a video looking at viewership demographics of the channel and actually having those figures to hand for this year alone. And then I've done several videos looking at channel viewership in this notebook, so I can go to various points and go. I've looked at channel viewership in regards to the cities viewers are from. That was during the Women's Euros. God, there's loads. There's loads of videos where I've done demographic videos where I've decided, you know what, I'm going to have a little look at where viewers are from. I'm going to go through this. God. Wow, I even did a video on the NHL draft. That's mad. So I started using this notebook when Man City played Plymouth Argyle in the FA Cup last season. So that's when I started using this notebook. And then I think Newcastle played Brighton and lost, and that was in the 5th round. And that was at the beginning of March, end of February. Yeah, that was at the beginning of March, end of February, because I had the review of the Las Vegas season opener, which I think was on the 2nd of March this year. So we've got Six Nations preview, which is first week of March. I've got to find when back in March we had issues with the Salford Red Devils failure to play because the RFL had to step in to pay players. Wow, how quickly that went down the toilet. And there were questions back in March about the IMG grading and Salford survival. Well, now we know that they've gone bust. NHL expansion. Oh, wow. Opening weekend of the NRL season. Wow, I had all the results there as well. It's going to be weird when we have no buys every round when they go to a 18-team league. It's going to be fun. I did a lot of NRL content at the beginning of the year. Round 5, Super Saturday, timings. Oh, channel growth over the last 2 years. Channel views up 60% over the last year. This is back, obviously, in March, April. Channel views 38% higher since January the 1st. Then the 3 months of 2024. Channel views in 68% higher than 2023. January had 181% more than December. And March more views than February. That's mad. So channel analytics video I did there, looking at channel growth. What countries viewers are from over the last month? So that would be the month of March, I would have thought, half of February, half of March. And again, New Zealand, Canada, Ireland, USA, France, Australia, and the UK. That's what the viewership breakdown was. And 33.7% of viewers on a monthly basis at that point were from the UK. That was really interesting. And then I did some football history videos, and that was kind of fun. There was discussion around New Orleans being a potential NHL city. So this is looking at, oh, here we go. Here's some more interesting ones. Top 5 countries for average view duration. And the average, Bermuda comes out on top at 6 minutes and 40 seconds average view duration. So I'm very, and that's all time. I'm just trying to find what other channel analytics videos I've done, because I've done quite a few. Over the time. Justin Olam retiring because of his knee injury. FA Cup quarter final between Palace and Fulham, and then we had Brighton and Nottingham Forest and how that went to penalties, and that was a mad penalty shootout in that quarter final. That really was. And then we have more NRL stuff. Villa beating Preston, Man City beating Bournemouth. See, this season I'll only ever have 2 quarterfinals I can watch. I won't be able to watch them all, which is annoying. Discussion of Major League Baseball lockout. Southampton officially relegated, and that was 7 games remaining, and they managed to avoid being worse than Derby County and worse than Swindon in regards to those records of Swindon conceding the most goals and Derby County with the lowest points. Although Wolves could do the lowest ever points total because they've still got 2 points. That's just stunning how bad Wolves have been this season. There's loads. Looking at the commissioners, looking at Major League Baseball, looking at Roger Goodell, the NFL, and then a few more club histories. Adam Silver, this is before obviously the NBA gambling scandal that we currently have. Robbie Australia announcing their losses. And of course, then obviously this is before the Lions tour, which made them a lot of money, which has helped them financially. Top 10 countries for viewership so far in 2025, and how again that percentages changed and average view duration changed. That's quite interesting. So that was another. And then I did growth. Channel growth so far at this point. This was about round 7 of the NRL. So we're talking end of April at this point, beginning of May. And we looked at the channel growth so far. Really interesting. Some of the, subscribers gained, subscribers cost, how many subs we'd earn, a net gain over 2024. How many viewers were through YouTube Premium, how many views we had in total, the overall viewership of 2024. The views in the UK, USA, and Canada were up. The views were down in Australia, New Zealand, and Ireland. Male viewership up slightly. Female viewership was down slightly, and Sydney remained the top city for channel views. So that was an interesting, kind of looking at the channel growth at that point. I love going through some of my old videos. Looking at Gary Bettman and his time at the NHL as commissioner, and the relocations that have happened while he's been there, and the labour unrest and salary caps and players playing at the Olympics. Oldham Athletic, I did a video on Oldham Athletic. Rugby Union, did a video. God, more club histories. Then I did a video, should the AFL bring back State of Origin. Wow, 1,490 subs. So we're now at 1,620 odd subs, maybe more. That's when we reached that point. So that was quite a few subscribers ago. That was this year. That's mad. FA Cup semi-finals. Palace Villa. Look at Don Garber, the MLS commissioner. Wow, we got up to season 9 of the NRL. Man City Forest semi-final in the FA Cup, although I fell asleep watching that thing. My thoughts on the NRL sin bin high tackle crackdown. Wow. Ezra Mam, obviously, with his omission when he returned from his suspension in regards to the NRL for season 10. Then we had Virat Kohli retiring from Test cricket, which was very interesting at the time. FA Cup final, obviously that was at the end of May. Oh, wow. Mike Brown announcing his retirement. The Conference League final between Betis and Chelsea, and how quickly that turned around. And then they went from 1-0 at half-time to Betis to 4-1 to Chelsea. Then the Champions League final between PSG and Inter Milan went from 2-0 at half-time to 5-0 at the end. That was mad final, that was. Inter Milan just fell apart. Look, no, I didn't watch the Europa League because I fell asleep because it didn't take me long, but Man United Tottenham, I fell asleep very quickly watching that. Now we're into the State of Origin period. This is where Mal Meninga's named the inaugural Perth Bears head coach, the Challenge Cup final. And my review for that, Spurs sacking Big Ange. Then I did my video, should the RFL move the Challenge Cup final from Wembley. More preview. This is State of Origin though, so then we did some NRL records videos. I've got to go back to doing that. We got to Canterbury Bankstown, so we got there. NHL draft, NHL expansion cities, then the Women's Euros. So we've got the Women's Euros. Reviewing the NRL and NRLW, more Women's Euros. That was fun. That really was a lot of fun to watch that. I didn't watch every game, but I found that a lot of fun. Top 5 cities for channel viewership all time. Really, I didn't go for percentages, but there's a lot of cities there. That was another one I looked at, and that's changed a little bit with viewership from Canada in recent months. Wow, Women's Euros. Quick look at the did a video on the FIFA World Cup cities. There, that was quite. None of the stadiums to be used were venues at the '94 World Cup. That is really interesting. So when I get asked about the World Cup next year, none of the venues were used at the '94. Although the Azteca was used in 1970 and 86. Then I've got to please turn over. And then we've got the capacities of all the stadiums and the potential, obviously, and then the current capacities, and then what the capacities could be for the FIFA World Cup. That's a really interesting one. Then we obviously have the Morecambe situation that obviously came about in July and August. And well, I've done a lot of videos since July and August. But then Morecambe FC, obviously, we had that ongoing saga. Then we had the Cleveland Guardians, Emmanuel Clase and Luis Ortiz, and their bans at the end of July, beginning of August. Then we've got the Women's Rugby World Cup preview, and then could Major League Baseball players compete at the Olympics in LA? And then we have some more club histories, which were kind of fun. And then, of course, the Villarreal-Barcelona game that's now been cancelled in the US, that was going to be played in the US. And it got to that point where it was going to be allowed, and then it didn't go ahead. Of course, we've got the Milan-Como game that apparently is going to be played in Western Australia, but we'll see. And then we've got the Women's Rugby World Cup in end of August, September, and into October. Which was kind of fun. Didn't watch every game, but we watched a lot of them, and there were some fun games, some fun games there. And then the Brandon Smith situation, which has gone a bit quiet in regards to the media coverage of what's going on with Brandon Smith. But since he's been arrested and charged by Queensland Police, hasn't appeared on James Graham's the Buy Around podcast, which I find really interesting, that Brandon Smith has not appeared on any NRL podcast. So that's really interesting, but that's gone really quiet on the Brandon Smith side of things. And then we've got obviously the Women's Rugby World Cup and all that. And, USA and Australia, apparently the game of the tournament. Women's Rugby World Cup by Leverkusen sacking Ten Hag at the beginning of the season. Looking at viewership and growth on the channel over the last 3 months. Now, this is back in September, August time. Percentage of views, where cities, the top cities, but the percentage of views is really interesting. Didn't do age demographics, just looked at viewership where people were from, and that really does explode in regards to channel viewership. Will the NFL place expansion teams in Europe? That was a big discussion at the time, and that was a very interesting video that I did back in the end of the summer. That was a really interesting video, and we looked at a lot of issues and where they could play things, and the CBA and TV deals. Of course, women's Rugby World Cup again. Some really interesting stuff there. England, Australia, rugby into the British Isles and Lions tour Argentina. That was a big talking point then, because they played that warm-up game before the Lions tour. Kieran Foran announcing his retirement and playing his final games. Did a video on Kieran Foran, really interesting, looking at Kieran Foran's career. Fantastic player that he was. Again, another player profile with Sebastian Veron. That was really interesting to look at his career, bit of a journeyman. And now with what's happening with him getting his ban over certain things. Did a video on Hernan Crespo. That was kind of fun. Obviously, World Cup qualifier, Scotland beating Belarus. And that's when the channel hit 1,560 subs. So it shows how, and then channel views, where we were getting viewership from. That was them. We've really grown a fair bit this year. The channel growth has just been fantastic. Hernan Crespo video. Nottingham Forest sacking Nuno that early into the season. Then we had the NHL moving to an 84-game season from next year. The CBA being extended. And then some other stuff there with some bits in the CBA coming forward a year early. That was really interesting. First international break. Big ad being appointed to replace him. He's now since been sacked. So that's how far back we've gone there. England, Serbia, World Cup qualifier where we won 5-0. Further discussion around NHL expansion. Then we looked at Andrei Shevchenko. That was an interesting video to do. Chelsea being hit with 74 charges by the FA involving player agents back in September. Excuse me. Then we have the Women's Rugby World Cup quarterfinals, which were fun to watch. Then Sheffield United sacking Ruben Sellers. Did a video on that. Women's Rugby World Cup between France and Ireland and how France got over the line there. England battering Scotland. Michael Shaker joined the Sydney Roosters as an assistant. I think that's really interesting because obviously Justin Holbrook left the club and then Michael Shaker comes in. Really interesting. He's joined the Roosters as an assistant coach. That branches over from union to league and that cross-pollination with coaching. I think that's big coaching move by the Roosters there. We've got the Women's Rugby World Cup semi-final, Canada beating New Zealand, and then the viewership after that was ridiculous. We did a video on FC Copenhagen. Odegaard Johnson did a career video on him, which was a real fun career video on Odegaard Johnson. And then the other semi-final, England beating France. Cheltenham sacking their manager. That was interesting. Did another club video. The Women's Rugby World Cup final preview. This is about 3 months ago. And then Yeovil Town manager resigning. Another club history. Some NRL player movement. Victor Radley announcing that he wasn't going to play for England. The channel passed 1,580 subs, so we're well past that now with the subscriber count. Oh, here's interesting. So again, I looked at viewership trends. So at that point, Canada was the top country for viewership when we hit 1,580 subscribers. Canada was the top country for viewership at 26% of viewers. 32.6% of viewers were 65 or older when we had hit that 1,580 subscriber mark. And 1.6% of viewers at that point were 24 or younger. And that was really interesting. 12.1% of viewers were women or identify as women or identify as female. Again, Women's Rugby World Cup. had a part to play there. 2.3% of viewers were from Toronto, 1.4% of viewers were from Vancouver. I found those kind of stats, just that snapshot when we hit 1,580 subs. This is about 3 months ago. I found that really, really striking at that point in September. That was really, really interesting. Another football club history video. Looking at the betting odds for the final of the Women's Rugby World Cup, the third, fourth place playoff. That was really interesting between New Zealand and France. The final between Canada and England. And then Chris Woakes announcing his retirement from international cricket. I think that was a mistake from the ECB to say that you're done. And he, again, being omitted from the Ashes squad. I think we could use Chris Woakes right now as a bowling all-rounder, don't you? But again, fantastic player. Scored a fair few runs as well. Took a lot of wickets, but he had a fair few runs to his name. And he had 19 wickets in the 2023 Ashes. So stupid that the selectors didn't take him. The NRL, obviously, the James Tedesco winning the Dally M, Tamika Upton winning the Women's Dally M, Ricky Stewart Coach of the Year, John Strange Women's Coach of the Year, and the Rookie of the Year, Rob Toa. That was big. Of course, we had the Women's Grand Final and the Men's Grand Final where Brisbane Broncos win both games. That was really interesting. That the Brisbane Broncos both won both the men's and women's grand finals. And the way the Brisbane Broncos in the men's held on at the end was just ridiculous. That was the men's grand final, notes. It went over 2 pages. There was so much going on. There were high shots. There were players put on report. There was all sorts of players going off injured. Concussion for Ben Hunt, Adam Reynolds, Jack Howarth. There were players dropping like flies. The fact that Ben Hunt gets knocked out and Adam Reynolds he's done. High shot, sin bin right at the end. Players been put on report, late hits and high tackles, and Reece Walsh put on. There was all sorts going on in the game. That was one of the craziest finals I think we've ever seen. That was a fantastic. And then we obviously have Rangers sacking Russell Martin. He was in charge for 17 games up at Ibrox. And then Nelson Asafa Solomona getting released by the Melbourne Storm. That was an interesting moment. And that was talk around the potential R360. Then the international friendly. Then my pen decided to die, so I had to do the England-Wales international friendly in green pen, because my clicky pen decided to run out of ink. And then we had 2 weeks to go until the first Ashes test, and then we looked at the Australia squad and the England squads for the Ashes series that we recently had back in November, so a month ago. Then we had the England-Latvia qualifier, and then Sheffield Wednesday getting hit with their winding up order. I did a brief video on the history of cricket in the US, which was really interesting to really research how cricket evolved in the US and then the rise of baseball. And then the Pacific Championships, did a preview of that. That was really fun to look at, the preview there. Then we had, obviously, Fiji, Cook Islands. And then Big Ange getting sacked. Big Ange getting... Which one is it? Yeah, Big Ange getting sacked. Didn't last that long, did he? At 39 days. So just over a month in charge he had at Nottingham Forest. That was mad. Then we have more Pacific Rugby Championships. Rugby League, the Ashes first test, Australia, England. Just crap. More Pacific Championship stuff. Second test. FA Cup first round. I fell asleep watching that. Wolves sacked Victor Pereira. They've only got 2 points in the league, and there was those ugly scenes with the fans. The second Ashes test. First round, Walsall beating Eastleigh. Did a video on that. Third test, Australia battering England and sweeping the series. More World Cup qualifying. Obviously, England beating Serbia. Scotland losing to Greece. Oh, that was a big moment, because that, squeaky bum time. Obviously, they ultimately did qualify with their win against Denmark. England, Albania, covered that one. Northern Ireland, Luxembourg. I fell asleep. I know Northern Ireland won the game, but I was starting to nod off there. My thoughts on the NBA, Major League Baseball betting scandals. I did some brief notes, but that's that video there. It's mad. Oh, here we go. Top countries and cities, and then we get to the recent video where I looked at the age demographics a couple of weeks ago. And then we are up to date with today's video where I talk about Shane Richardson quitting as CEO of the West Tigers. And I've only got literally enough for notes for a couple more videos, and then this notebook is done and we move on to the next notebook, which means I've filled out 5 notebooks in 2.5 years. Honestly, I'm going through notebooks quicker now than I did before. So there's that. I'm going to put my Warhammer stuff back quickly, and then I'm going to reposition myself because my back is killing me. So that can live back there, and I'm going to have to go recycle. I'm doing so much. Fuck off. That can live there. I'm back. I'm not going anywhere. I just had to do a little bit of tidying up. But that's just the notes so far since, I would say, middle of February. And was it middle of February? When was the 5th round? Yeah, that's basically the channel notes. That's 10 months worth of channel notes there. And I've got 2 pages left, and then that notebook's done, and then we start the brand new notebook, which still has the bloody price tag on it. I haven't taken off the price tag. That's really embarrassing. But there's the new notebook, and that will be I'm going to say the 6th notebook we've used in like 2 and a bit years. So we are really going through the notebooks, and there's a few different stores where I get my notebooks from that I've used over the years. I've been given some. I think last Christmas I got a couple as a Christmas present. So for once, my mum was like, "I'm going to give you something useful. Have a notebook." I'm like, "Okay." So that was a thing. I've got to move. But yeah, it's been interesting to look back at some of my older YouTube notes. It's really interesting looking back and going, what day did I do that video? When did I do that video? And some of them, when you've got like women's Euros, women's Rugby World Cup, men's Euros, which I think is in one of the ones over there, you look at that and go, wow, and you can sort of date the channel and the growth of the channel. And I've got all my notebooks, so I've got to put them in order. And in and chronological order, and date them, and put, so I can have them for reference, because that was really interesting, because I got asked the question about channel viewership, and I knew I'd done a video where I had the percentages of channel viewers from different demographics. So I knew I had that information, and it was just to hand. So it's always handy to have the notebooks lying around. They're always really useful to have, and yeah, it is. And look, I've got some. I mean, I've got one of my notes. I've got my old notebooks here going back. Oh, let me get some of my old notebooks. Hang on a second. Hang on. We're going to get really anal now. So, oh God. Right. Now, these aren't actually in order. So, my original notebook, this is the original notebook. This is the Holy Grail going back to 2017. And as you can see, it's not in the best state. I didn't initially use it for YouTube, ironically. I actually used it for other stuff back at the time, and so not everything in here is YouTube related for a lot of stuff, and but there are some YouTube notes. So so we're going back. So this is going back to like 2017, 2018. And we looked at the history of the Premier League. And that video, I think, was a 2018 video. But VAR here in the A-League Grand Final, which was in 2018. So this is when I started using this notebook, was in 2018. I'm in the best of condition, and I occasionally have to rip pages out to write an address down or a phone number down, take notes, like, take a message for a family member or a friend. And so I've got it to hand. So we've got A-League Grand Final that fails. The VAR. Simon Grayson left Bradford City. He won 3 of his 14 games. Major League Baseball officially confirmed that they were going to have London games in 2019. Martin Allen left Barnet after their relegation out of the Football League. Ian Robin signed his 1-year extension with Bayern Munich. He was 34 back in 2018. That was interesting. So we've got that. Major League Rugby, can it be a success? 7 teams, 8th team joining. Now we know that it's not in a good state. Daniel Alves was going to miss the 2018 World Cup with injury. We know he's got his leg issues right now. I don't know why, but there was something about looking up films or something. I was writing down to do with the other channel. Rory McIlroy topped the UK sports star rich list. His net worth at the time was 110 million. He was ahead of Andy Murray, Gareth Bale, Sergio Aguero, and Anthony Joshua. I did a video on the career of Jacques Callis. Did a career on Ryan Sidebottom. I believe he retired. No. I did a video on Ryan Sidebottom, which is up on the channel. I tried to look at a little podcast series, like sort of not quite like the live streams now, but similar. I'll have to look up Martin Allen. Now I've got my correspondence with the hockey guy because I sent him some stuff. This is again back in 2018. I did a video on Wasim Akram. My Fantasy England 11. So I've got an address there for someone, so I'm not going to show that. Challenge Cup final 2018. So this is May 2018. Although this notebook predated that because I used it for other things. Warrington Wolves, Catland. This is Catland winning. And then we had the Premier League results that day. Top 10 North American cities I want to visit. Something to do with the FA. What's that? The FA. I know. And then we had the 2018. West Ham 3, Man United 1. West started at 29 years, slipped to 8, 10 points. West Ham up to 12. Follows lost in League Cup Derby County. So this is now. To do with various things. Maybe something to do with the SPL. 20 worst Premier League seasons all time up to that point. I think there's some has damaged this notebook. This notebook I used. I've never actually finished it. I've still got space in it, but I don't use it anymore because it's not in the best of condition. So that's the original YouTube notebook. Now we've got these 3, but we've also got this one. Now this one, when Neil Lennon was having issues at Celtic. This is from 2020 and 2021 because I did the NRL previews in this one. That's the Relic one. That's the original. But this one, 2021, I started using this one. So this covers. We've got the Euros in this one. And then we obviously have England, France, Rugby League International. Walter Smith obviously passed away. And then we have the England Red Roses, Black Ferns. So we have the Women's Rugby 3-test series in 2021. Obviously, we had the Women's World Cup delayed by a year. First round of the FA Cup in 2021-2022. And then we had the FA Cup draw for the 3rd round. This is that's 4 years ago. And technically I never finished this one either. But this one, there's no. We've got the beginning of the we've got the 2022 Six Nations, which started earlier that year, I seem to remember for some reason. We had the Africa Cup of Nations final, fifth round draw. Spring training begins, Major League Baseball regular season. Oh yes, because we had the lockout, Major League Baseball lockout. So that's that one. Now, oh God, Leicester Tigers fined for salary cap breaches. Look at the Fenway Sports Group. When was this? 2021 FA Cup quarter final. So these two are roughly the same time. So there we go. These two are roughly the same time. So, oh wow, yeah, we're now into 2022, and I've also got the history boffin as well. So there's a bit of a crossover. Are there two hidden cupboards? No, there really isn't. I did keep a lot of my others. I kept on. What I used to do was I used to get lined A4 pads, right? Lined A4 pads, and then I would get like a not a letter opener, but I used to have a slicer where you could actually slice. You actually put them in, and you could make A5, and I would slice them in half, and then I would staple, and I would have multiple, and I would use front and back. I didn't keep all my notes, so I haven't kept all the YouTube notes. As you can see, there's gaps in kind of the history. Well, since I've lived here, I've used this notebook. Oh wow. Oh yeah, this goes into 2022 because we've got the football club histories. I start doing them, and I changed the type of pen that I used as well. Yeah, we're now in the World Cup qualifiers for the 2022 World Cup. So that's the next one we use. And out of these, I believe I used this one next. I believe I did. No, we used this one next. Yeah, this is the next one. So we started using this one 2022, 2023 FA Cup fourth round. So beginning of 2023, if I'm not mistaken. When's the FIFA World Cup? What did I do? Have I lost one? I can't have lost one, surely. Have I lost one? I think I might have. I think I might have lost a notebook. I think I've lost a notebook. I think I've got another notebook somewhere. Oh, wow, I missed some pages. Oh, shit. I actually think I've lost... We've got the Rugby World Cup. I generally think we might have lost a notebook somewhere. I generally think we have, because I don't have the. Oh yeah, the Challenge Cup second round, Cornwall Rochdale. That's where I commented on the BBC Twitter page, and they mentioned my channel name. Did a bit of a shameless plug. I remember that. So that match review there is up. But yeah, I do believe I've lost or I've misplaced the notebook for which I used for the World Cup. So bear with me. Bear with me. I believe I've got another notebook somewhere and I've misplaced it, and that's going to annoy me. And I genuinely believe I've actually lost a notebook, and that is going to absolutely aggravate me. Unless I didn't do video notes for the World Cup. But I think I've lost a notebook. I actually think I've lost a channel notebook somewhere. And that is going to annoy the bejesus out of me, because I make it... Yeah, I think I've lost a notebook here. That's going to really pee me off. Oh, and then we have this one, which starts with the FA Cup fourth round in the 2023-2024 season. So that's 2 years ago, basically, where Maidstone beat Ipswich and the fan falls down the stand. I remember that. Newcastle beating Fulham. But then again, look, again, channel viewership. So I regularly do the age of viewers. So back in 2020, this time, basically 2 years ago. I don't know. Let me have a look at the dates of these, because it's very interesting. Because I know, obviously, we had the... No, because I've got the 2020... I don't know when the 20... Hang on. Unless... Things I've learned. Rugby League in Jamaica. Unless... Hang on. I've got the 2023 NRL season. Hang on. I think I haven't lost one because we had the pause of the season. And Gianluca Vialli obviously passed away. So I did a video on Gianluca Vialli. No, we haven't, because we've got the World Cup here. Argentina-Croatia semi-final. Yes, because I remember my computer went wrong. My old laptop went wrong, and I had to go upstairs to my neighbour's flat because he was the IT guy, and he fixed it for me. So I actually couldn't do a review of the final because my laptop was being fixed. Found it. We haven't lost one. Yeah, we've got World Cup stuff here. England, France, where we lose 2-1, the missed penalty. Morocco, Portugal, Croatia, Brazil. Yeah, we've got it all. Yeah, we're good. We haven't lost one. I didn't realise that I had the World Cup in this one. I thought I had a separate notebook for the World Cup a couple of years ago, but we haven't lost one. This is the Holy Grail. Oh, is it this one? Yeah, this is the Holy Grail, and this one is... What's the first video? The 2022, 2023. So that one goes first, then that one. So they're in order. I will get this right. So we haven't lost one. The World Cup's in this one. We're saved. I thought I'd lost one, but then we hadn't. So when did I... Oh, this is interesting. Channel viewership over the last year, at whatever point, just before Euro 2024 round of 16, we did a channel viewership video, and England... What was the Romania game? Oh, it was Slovakia, Romania, I think, where my neighbour came over and got very drunk. It was quite funny because he fixed my light. But that's Euro 2024. And I was explaining how the brackets work. I don't know why, but I was explaining how knockouts work to someone. And I think that's when I was explaining to my neighbour, my friend Rob. This is like the film Butterfly Effect. No, it's just... Oh, this is when Rob Page got sacked as Wales manager. That was a year and a half ago. That's mad. Yeah, they sacked Rob Page, didn't they? And then we've got Euro 2024. And I did... Yeah, there's a lot in here. Yeah, because I did the Irish Football Club histories. That was mad. And then we had the group stages. And Major League Baseball, the London Series Game 2, and I made sure that I had the innings score. Wow, this is mad. Challenge Cup final. That's the Challenge Cup final I couldn't be asked to watch anymore. I felt after 5 minutes, I went, no. I was like 3 minutes in, I went, the Dufty sin bin. I literally got the notebook and just threw it across the floor. No, I'm not watching. And then I put the Josh Thewlis penalty, and then Ackersley try, and then I tried to watch the 2024 Challenge Cup final. I just gave up. But there's game one of the Major League Baseball London series. I made sure I kept the inning score, and I wrote down when the home runs were scored. That's mad. Then we had a look at the betting odds for Euro 2024 on the 8th of June. That's when that video was done. That's that. The Conference League final, Olympiacos beating Fiorentina. And then we had more club history videos. I did the FA Cup final when Man United beat Man City. The Europa League final where Atalanta battered by Leverkusen. I really enjoyed that final, not gonna lie. Brad getting sacked by the Parramatta Eels. That was a year and a half ago. Shit. We had Magic Round the review of the Magic Round. Conference League final, did the previews. A lot of football club histories I did. IIHF World Championships. I did a lot of club histories 2024. Oh yeah, they announced that Magic Round definitely going to stay in Brisbane until 2026, and then I think they've extended that now. The Criminals invasion of the Broncos. Right. Anyway, so we've gone through my notebooks. So I haven't lost one. I thought I'd lost a notebook, but it turns out I haven't lost a notebook. I just forgot what order I was in. So my notebooks are all in order. So I've got to now label them, get some stickers, and make sure that they are all in order. And then this notebook down here, which I've got a couple of pages left, that's going to be the next one. And then we start the new notebook, and then we go from there. Right, so we've gone through the notebooks. That was really interesting. It was like a time warp. That was. Players from PNG on the Broncos, in the Broncos system. I don't think that's a bad thing. I'll be more concerned with their former players getting arrested for a variety of offences, and the image that then projects with the organisation. But no, I've got to do the season previews yet. I've got to look at doing the season previews, which I'll probably do Christmas Eve and probably Boxing Day. I'll do a half and half. I'm debating whether to do it all in one video again or to do separate club season previews over Christmas and New Year's. So I'll do some Christmas Eve, I'll do some on Boxing Day, and I'll do some on New Year's Eve and some on New Year's Day. And then I'll have a look at the ins and outs that each club have had. It's interesting that we're already in the pre-season for both the NRL and Super League. There's still player movement that can occur. I'm more interested in what's happening at the West Tigers right now and the dysfunction there with Shane Richardson quitting, the 4 board members basically getting the sack. And so that's the bigger news story at the moment, is what's happening at Wests. In regards to, the Broncos, it's pre-season. We'll see how that ultimately impacts things, going forward. I would say it's still a joint venture, not a merger at Wests, whereas at St George it is officially a merger, where at Wests it's still classed as a joint venture. I'm saying, well, if you look at what happened at the Northern Eagles and how that really didn't work and didn't last very long, I can see a similar situation to what the Northern Eagles happened there. But I've already put my thoughts down on what's going on with Shane Richardson's departure and some of the issues that played in a video earlier today. So please feel free to watch that. Yes, I've covered that in the video I did earlier today. All that kind of information and my take on things is in that video. The Holman, but again, I'm going to have to go back to my. Let me go back to my notes because I can't remember off the top. I'm getting old. I'm getting senile. So the notes I took is a joint venture, Western Suburbs and Balmain to the Magpies Tigers. The Holman Barnes Group has a 90% stake in the ownership. And of course, back on the 1st of December, the 4 independent board directors, the board members, were removed by the Holman's Barnes Group. They basically forced them out. And that includes Barry O'Farrell, who's the former New South Wales Premier and former diplomat. He was one of the independent board members, and they were shunted out back on the 1st. And then there was the potential NRL. There is the NRL probe into Shane Richardson and his business dealings with the club. And then he decided to quit today. Now, what is interesting is obviously Shane Richardson with his negotiations, and I think with Barry O'Farrell as well as being an ex-member of the New South Wales government. They managed to secure the fund for the stadium upgrades for both Leichhardt and Campbelltown. So you've got to remember that. They managed to secure those upgrades when initially, this time last year, at the beginning of the year, New South Wales, the government were like, no, there's no money available. Somehow they negotiated and they managed to get that stadium funding for the upgrades. And that's in part with Shane Richardson and Barry O'Farrell. Without them, you don't get the funding allocated. And personally, I think the West Tigers are going to be a success. They've got to move from both Campbelltown and Leichhardt and get a new stadium where they got their Concord State Centre of Excellence that they opened a couple of years ago. They should build a stadium there. Or they focus on either Campbelltown or on Leichhardt and put all their energies into one, merge both together. In order for the West Tigers to really be a success, they need brand new ownership where you've got neither Balmain or Western Suburbs. Brand new owners come in. It's a full merger together. New ownership, different boards, different CEO, different chairman, different chief operations officer, all that kind of stuff. And or they have to separate. And Balmain, they don't have the power they used to. I think personally, it should be a 50-50 split as a joint venture. That isn't the case. It's a 90-10 split. And so you have that imbalance. But at board level, you have equality with the independent board members, which is part of their structure. And it has to stay that way. But I can't see how there's any other option now, really. Unless someone comes in on a Balmain side and does a share buyback, I can't see how it's going to be West Tigers. I think we are going to see. I personally believe the outcome is going to be like the Northern Eagles going back to Manly and the Northern Suburbs, and of course Manly stayed in the NRL, and the Bears went down to New South Wales Cup. And obviously, with the Perth Bears being the successor club, they come back to the NRL, but it took 25 years or 23 years to get announced, but 25 years playing side of things. So in that regard, I can see a similar outcome that we've obviously had with the Northern Eagles. And with a discussion over a potential second South Island New Zealand team as the 20th team, if there is to be a separation, I can see a relocation where someone comes in to get the operating license and says, right, we will take the Tigers name, put it on the South Island of New Zealand, and have that as the 20th team, very similar to the Perth Bears, and go from there and use the existing rugby league fan base that we have with the Tigers and that catchment area when it comes to juniors, assisting the growth of a second team in New Zealand. I think that will be the logical outcome. Whether that's the actual outcome, I don't know, but I can't see the joint venture going much past next season. West and Balmain run separate New South Wales Cup and junior teams. I think one's different levels of the junior grades below New South Wales Cup. I think one's Howard Matthews and one's Ronald Massey in regards to things. I believe Wests have the New South Wales. It's a mess. Basically, it's a mess. Is the best way to describe it. It's a mess. And honestly, I think a full merger needs to happen, where they merge their juniors together, they merge the club together, and I think we need new owners to come in to really fix things. But I think I think the damage has been done. I can't see how at board level it's salvageable now. I think fans are pissed. Fans are pissed off, and at the same time, I can see a similar situation, a similar outcome to the Northern Eagles, and how that relationship came about and how that ended. Basically, Manly came out better than when they went in. I think the Magpies are going to come out better than the way they went in, because they were dead when they merged with Balmain. They were on their arse, and Balmain saved them by doing the joint venture. And I think we're going to have a similar outcome to what we had with the Northern Eagles, which was a mess. And in part, this is the NRL getting this wrong. I think I understand at the time in the late 90s why they contracted the NRL. I can understand that. But, and I do stress this, I think the West Tigers have been mismanaged for a long time. But the Northern Eagles was the warning sign that this was going to be a failure. St George has had their moments, but they're more stable now. It's just the on-field product needs to improve. They've got the junior base, but it's the on-field product. But the West Tigers have been a basket case from the beginning. What's the equivalent to London for the distance between Campbelltown and Leichhardt? What for London? We're both on the western side of Sydney, but the Sydney metropolitan area, as in geographical area, not population, but geographical, spreads out quite a way. Balmain's actually in the inner west, so that's like sort of inner city kind of. You could argue Balmain would be equivalent to what's a very inner city but kind of club, like a Chelsea or a Fulham kind of football club, whereas Campbelltown, so Leichhardt is sort of is an inner city suburban ground. I think it's actually closer to the city centre than Parramatta, but it's sort of like, I would say, like a Chelsea or a Fulham football club in that regard. Whereas Campbelltown, you could argue like a Barnet kind of distance. It really is, or a Wimbledon, southwest London, and we're talking getting into the leafy suburbs here to where we could potentially be outside Greater London. Greater London, ironically, is a higher population, but has a smaller geographical area. So in reality, it's a hard one, because the Roosters technically play in the city centre. They're based on the edge of the CBD in Bondi. And you don't have an equivalent London club that slap bang close to the city centre of London. So I would say a Tottenham or an Arsenal or a Chelsea, Fulham kind of dynamic where you're on the edge of the city. You are basically an inner city club, but you're not quite. But you're sort of close. We could be talking about distance. God, we're talking home counties at this point. We're talking like a Watford. We're actually talking outside the city limits in regards. Yeah, Fulham to Crystal Palace potentially, but Palace is on the other side of London. I would go more Wimbledon if we're talking on the west side of London. It'd be more a Wimbledon or a Watford kind of distance on the west side. Barnet is northwest, so yeah, we're talking that kind of distance where you're on the right on the edge. So Barnet, which is right on the edge of Greater London, or Watford, which is technically outside Greater London. We're talking that kind of distance out. But you've got to remember, London and Greater London covers a smaller geographical area than Sydney, even though it's got a higher population. Sydney's really spread out. There's some really suburban areas that you could argue are not technically Sydney. They're technically just, New South Wales and should come under their own separate towns and cities. But there's bits of suburban Sydney in the sprawl that get close to Wollongong, which is a separate city, or moving up to Central Coast and Newcastle, which are separate cities. So we're talking potentially, you could say, as far away as like Reading from Brentford or Fulham. And I'm being serious. We're talking. You could argue Reading, Watford, and I do mean that we're talking about clubs outside of what is officially Greater London or London. We're talking home counties now. Watford's Hertfordshire, Reading's Berkshire. We're talking that kind of distance outside the edge of London. We're talking some significant distance from London city centre as the crow flies, potentially further. Sydney really does spread out far, right up to the mountains, like Penrith and further. We're talking really going out a significant distance from the city centre, and London's the same with its where you look at the clubs that make up Greater London and the sprawl. But yeah, did you ever do a history video on the changes to Sydney Rooster, Bulldog, and Tigers? I haven't really looked at. I've done a few NRL and club history videos, and some of the club records and some of the bad seasons. I've got to look at how far I got in regards to the historically bad seasons. I think I got up to the season before the Bulldogs win the grand final when they have all their points stripped. So most of my NRL content has been post Super League. I haven't done the only history video I've done on a current NRL club is the Raiders, and they predate the Super League era because they joined in '83. So they're a good decade and a half before the Super League war. Most of my rugby league NRL content is 98 and after. So we've looked at the Western Suburb Magpies and their disastrous seasons. So I've covered the NRL seasons from 98, so the bad seasons from 98 onwards, basically, in regards to titles, looking at club successes and failures. I've done a little bit on and talking about premierships, a little bit. I've looked at wooden spoons of clubs pre-98 or pre-97, if you want to call the Super League War, where I looked at, I think in 2018, I think it was, maybe 2019, I think it was 2018, I looked at the successes of NRL clubs up to that point And this is I think I actually got the whiteboard out, and we had I spent a lot of time, you know, going from all individual clubs, looking at how many times they'd made the final. Fine. I looked at every NRL season up until from 1998 to 2018, which was 20 years worth at the time. So I looked at 20 NRL seasons, the first 20 NRL seasons, and who were the minor premiers, who won the premiership, and who were the wooden spoonists. Up to that point. And going up to that point. I am aware of name changes to the Bulldogs, the Roosters, and the Tigers, where it's Canterbury Bankstown, it's Balmain, and now obviously it's the West Tigers with the merger, and the Sydney Roosters being the Eastern Suburb Roosters. Yes, in part because you had the non-Sydney sides join the comp, and then with the Brisbane comp, and you obviously have the Newcastle comp, and then you had the expansion of the New South Wales Rugby League, and so you had Eastern Suburbs in Brisbane, and you had Eastern Suburbs in Sydney, and so to change that a little bit, you know, in regards to that, and I think they have marketed themselves very well, but they've also been very stably run. I mean, they've had a lot of wooden spoons in their history, but since Nick Politis has been involved with the club, they've been very stably run. They're a well-established brand. They've got a sizable fan base. Their junior catchment area, isn't the biggest anymore, and so they're given some catchment areas outside of Sydney, in the bush, but they don't have a lot of junior clubs and juniors in the Sydney Metro, but they're one of the most successful clubs of all time. They're very stable. They're one of the foundation clubs, one of the original clubs, and so there is that. And you could argue their rebrand has been a success. Yes. But no, I do remember doing looking at. I did have. I got the whiteboard out, which is behind my laptop, and I actually got I got my 30. I got my meter ruler. I had my meter ruler and my 30 centimeter ruler. I had my big meter, and I actually properly measured out a grid on the whiteboard. And I really anally, I spent about 2-3 hours getting all minor premiers, premiership winners, wooden spoonists, and I did it for each club. And I did it for each season from 98 to 2018. And that was mad. And then I looked at each individual club's how many premierships and how many wooden spoons and stuff. But I did it for each club and who finished where. And it was fantastic. It was a brilliant. The current apartment that I have, the current studio apartment I have, doesn't really work for using the whiteboard. The lighting is different. How the apartment's laid out, the natural light coming in, where I've had to position the various bits and pieces around the flat, the lack of space. It's annoying that I can't do content on the whiteboard. I can, but it'll be an absolute arse, and I'd have to move a lot of stuff. I don't want to do that. Basically, I could do it, but it would be an absolute pig to do because I'd have to move my laptop over there, and I would have to put the whiteboard over there. So I'm not going to move the laptop, but where I'm facing my kitchen. So where I used to do when I first moved in, I used to have this wall directly behind me, and I rotated my bed 180 degrees. I could do it; it's feasible, but the thing I would have to move a fair few things. I wouldn't be able to get a great angle on the laptop with the whiteboard because I think the whiteboard would be too close to the laptop, so I wouldn't have the space. I think I could get away with the glare, I would have to do it at night time using the whiteboard, so that would limit the time of day I could do videos, and it would require a lot of faffing around. So it's not really, this apartment doesn't work with the whiteboard as well as the previous apartment, the previous flat, and when I was living with my grandparents, it just doesn't work. And even then, when I was living with my grandparents, didn't have a lot of space. I made it work. It was frustrating, but I made it work because I could rotate things, and it just was. It took so long to set up and do things. I do still use the whiteboard for, like, notes and important, writing down information for, like, paying bills and phone numbers I need and addresses, and when I'm next booking holiday of work, and when I'm doing certain things, and using it for magnets and holding up, important letters and stuff. I've still got some important stuff on the whiteboard, but I don't use it very often. I haven't used it very often. Itch. Do I want to get the whiteboard back out? Yes, but it just means so much faffing about with stuff that that would stress me out significantly, which I don't want to do. And with the way the natural light comes in, because the apartment, my studio flat, is south facing that I live in at the moment. That is annoying because you get that natural light. Then you've got where I currently have the main light in the apartment above, and my side light here. It would mean so much faffing around with stuff that I'm debating whether it's worth it or not. But I think at some point the whiteboard will come out again. The whiteboard will come out again. But again, just looking back at some of the older videos on the channel, the channel has evolved so much over the years. From 2017, 2018, 2019. I did a lot of videos using the whiteboard in 2018 and 2019, and even into 2020 in the last apartment. Since I've lived here, I've not used the whiteboard, and that's nearly 5.5 years now. So I haven't used the whiteboard in a long time for videos. I've got to clean it as well. It's a bit dirty. I've got to get cleaning spray on it. So it's been a while since I've used the whiteboard. I've got to dust it down and tidy it up and give it a clean. Don't get me wrong. South Sydney needs to move back to its old. South Sydney needs to move back to the old Sydney football stadium to move forward. Honestly, it'd be great if they could play games at Redfern again and get funding for that. It's because of the lease arrangement. So the Sydney Roosters use Allianz, or the Sydney Football Club, Sydney Football Stadium. I believe, is it? It's not the Brumbies, is it? Is it the Brumbies? I think it is the Brumbies. So the Brumbies or the New South or one of the Super Rugby franchise also use the stadium, and then there's one of the A-League clubs. It's to do with the contractual lease agreements that have been signed, and of course you've got the old Olympic Stadium, which a lot of fans, like Bulldogs and Souths fans, there's some issue. Again, there's a lease being used there for the old Olympic Stadium, and then you've got the football stadium. It's to do with lease arrangements and contracts, and I think they've signed their lease with Accor. That's it, Accor Stadium, which is the old Olympic Stadium with the Bulldogs. They've got their contractual arrangements that they've agreed with Accor Stadium and Stadiums New South Wales, and On the flip side, the Sydney Football Stadium, the Roosters, I think Sydney FC, and one of the Super Rugby franchises from New South Wales, they have, I can't remember which one it is. The Waratahs, I think it's the Waratahs. They've got their contractual arrangements with the Sydney Football Stadium. And that again is to do with Stadiums New South Wales and the agreements put in place. And then you've got the Parramatta Stadium, where it's Parramatta and, for the moment, Penrith, and occasionally the West Tigers. They've got their lease arrangements there. Parramatta basically is their home stadium, but West Tigers and, for the moment, Penrith, while Panther Stadium is being rebuilt, they've got their contractual arrangements with the new Parramatta Stadium. So I don't know the full. It's the same with West Ham with the London Olympic Stadium with their basically indefinite lease that Sadiq Khan, the current mayor of London, doesn't like, but that means basically breaking the lease contract. And West Ham United have a legal contract of they're paying money, but they've got a peppercorn lease basically. They've got a very favourable arrangement with the stadium, with the mayor, with the London Assembly, and how that all works out. Of course, stadium's crap. It for me, it works for the grand final, yes. Although there is an argument that Perth and Brisbane and Adelaide and Melbourne, they should bring it on a rotating basis around Australia to the various capital cities, and they should bid to host. And there is that argument, similar to how the NFL does the Super Bowl. But West Ham have got a very favourable lease with the London Stadium, the London Olympic Stadium, and that was signed under Boris Johnson when he was mayor. That arrangement. Sadiq Khan, the current mayor of London, doesn't like that arrangement. He wants to charge West Ham more, or he wants to even sell the stadium. But that would mean evicting West Ham as tenants, and they've signed a legally binding contract. It does bring money into that part of London when they play games. It also means if that was to happen, West Ham would be homeless. Unless the stadium gets sold, West Ham buy the stadium, they then own the stadium, because West Ham can't develop the stadium. A core stadium, for me, it works for some of the matches, derby matches, but the Bulldogs have made it clear that they're not overly happy with their arrangement. Souths have been not overly happy with the arrangement. Could the Bulldogs get funding for Belmore? I mean, West Tigers managed to get funding for Campbelltown and Leichhardt from New South Wales government, but they've spent a lot of money on Penrith Stadium. My favourite war film? I like The Thin Red Line, but that is bloody long. I do like A Bridge Too Far. That's bloody long. I do like Across of Iron, but that's bloody long. So they're my three favourite ones. They're my three favourite ones are I Like a Bridge Too Far, Thin Red Line, and Cross of Iron. And they're all based on true events. Because obviously Market Garden, the Big Red one's a good one as well. The Big Red one is the Thin Red Line gets overlooked because of Saving Private Ryan came out at the same time, so that's why it gets overlooked. Plus, there's less fighting scenes and a bit more character development. But it's based upon a diary of a soldier who actually fought in the Guadalcanal campaign. It wasn't just US Marines, there was also US Army soldiers fought in the Guadalcanal campaign. I've got it on DVD, I've got the director's cut. That's a fantastic director's cut that I've got. I've also got A Bridge Too Far director's cut on DVD as well, and I've got the book, which is really interesting. And The Big Red one is a good war film, criminally underrated. And Cross of Iron is based on, again, A Soldier's Diary, a Wehrmacht, um, a Wehrmacht uh, soldier's diary and his experiences. Das Boot, I think, is potentially, because you've got Das Boot and Stalingrad. Now I've got Stalingrad, but unfortunately it's really badly dubbed into English, which is fucking frustrating because I prefer it in German with English subtitles. But Das Boot for me has got to be potentially the best war film ever, and it is actually based on a real German U-boat captain who was very anti-Nazi, and the U-boat submarine arm of the Kriegsmarine was actually very anti-Nazi, ironically, but they followed Kriegsmarine orders. Das Boot is brilliant. If you watch Das Boot, watch it in German with the subtitles. The best bit is the beginning bit where they're in, I think it's Le Havre or Brest, and they go to the party, and you've got the prostitute or the cabaret singer, and one of the crew has adult fun with the prostitute or the cabaret singer, gets crabs, or I think potentially chlamydia, and it hurts when he goes for piss, and he's and they have no medicine for him, and he's obviously got venereal disease, and the ship's doctor says just drink water. Just drink water, and if it hurts when you piss, it hurts when you piss. But I've got no antibiotics. I've got no meds for you. You're just going to have to suffer with chlamydia for 6 months or 6 weeks. But Das Boot is brilliant, absolutely fantastic, criminally underrated because it's a German war film from a German point of view. I do like the new All Quiet on the Western Front. I think it's better than 1917. And again, Eric Remarque, based on true events. He wrote his novel based on his personal experiences. Obviously, Eric Remarque didn't die in World War One. He lived. That's because it's so long that when it was shown on TV, similar with Stalingrad, because they're so long, they did do it in a way where it was broken into parts. Similar with Lawrence of Arabia. God, Lawrence of Arabia, you really do, and I do stress this, you really do have to drink a lot of energy drinks. And that's a caffeinated film because that's so long. Lawrence of Arabia is a brilliant one. I don't know why you're asking me my favorite war. This is a thing for the other channel. I do like Kelly's Heroes, yes. Kelly's Heroes is one of them. But again, you've got to take Kelly's Heroes with a pinch of salt because it's just Kelly's Heroes is the naughty version of The Eagle Has Landed, and what's the one with Richard Burton where they go to the German castle? It's got The Longest Day, which is quite good. You've got The Eagle Has Landed, which has got Michael Caine. And then there's the other one where you've got Richard Burton and Clint Eastwood. And Where Eagles Dare. There you go. That's the other one. That is Where Eagles Dare and The Eagles Landed. Where Eagles Dare is a good book. The Eagle Has Landed is actually based on a true... the beginning bit's based on a true event that actually does happen, and it's a real. And I found a Facebook post which is looking back at World War II and World War One and military history. There's a couple of Facebook groups, but there's a Fallschirmjäger officer who on the Eastern Front. This is a true story. In the beginning of The Eagle Has Landed with Michael Caine. Obviously, there's I think it was to do with the Battle of Kharkiv and Manstein and getting out of encirclement and after Stalingrad. And there's a scene at the beginning of The Eagle Has Landed where they're on a troop train. They've been redeployed from the Eastern Front to a reserve position on the Western Front to re-equip and rearm. And there's a scene where the SS are transporting Jews, gypsies, and other enemies of the state to a concentration camp. And they're at a railway junction in the middle of occupied Poland, I think, or occupied Belarus or Slovakia. I think it's Slovakia, middle of winter. And this Jewish girl escapes from her SS guards and runs towards Michael Caine. I'm going to have to keep saying Michael Caine, our Cockney friend, and he grabs this girl, and the SS officer wants to shoot the prisoner, and he gets into an argument as he's a higher ranking officer than the SS guy, even though the SS had there was the Waffen SS and the Wehrmacht and the Luftwaffe and the Kriegsmarine. They did have their battles over recruits, supplies, like that includes rations, weaponry, all that kind of stuff. And then there's a clash between, and then so they get put on a punishment battalion on an E-boat in the Channel Islands, and then they get brought to Berlin, and then the Eagle has landed, and the rest is history. And they get found out because one of his paratroopers saves the girl from drowning in the watermill and dies. And obviously, the basis of that is obviously what happens in the Battle of the Bulge with the undercover German soldiers and the special unit of English-speaking soldiers going behind enemy lines, creating problems. So that's where that bit comes from. So the Eagle Has Landed is actually based on two true events. They make some dramatic license, and they say it's German paratroopers going over to assassinate Churchill, but in reality, they based two key events on stuff that actually happened in two different points in World War II on the German side of things. Really, really interesting. Inglourious Basterds is just brilliant because it's a Tarantino film, so it's wacky, it's crazy, and it's unnecessarily bloodthirsty, but it's funny. Fury, they did use a working Sherman tank, but a bit too unrealistic with the tank crew, because you wouldn't have a 58-year-old leading a tank crew in World War II. It just wouldn't happen. It wants to be Kelly's Heroes, but dark and twisted, and it wants to be a bit like Saving Private Ryan, again, but dark and twisted. But there's loads of great military films, because there's ones that deal with World War One, there's ones that deal with World War Two. You've got Glory and Gettysburg and King and Gods and Generals that deal with the American Civil War, amongst others. Dirty Dozen, oh, I love that one. That's actually based on the Magnificent Seven, which is based on the Seven Samurai. So there's that. I forget the film that's to do with the Boxer Rebellion, but that, again, film of its time. You've got Gallipoli. You've got, I forget the Australian Vietnam War film, but it's only a couple of years old, which it was on Netflix. I don't think it is now. You've got the Irish war film that's on Jadoville, which is about the Irish UN mission into the Congo or Central African Republic. I can't remember which one. From the 70s. Jarheads. Loads. There's so many, but we could be here all day, and I've watched most of the ones you're mentioning. You've got Tigerland, Platoon. Apocalypse Now is a bit... That one is... You have to like Marlon Brando films to like that, and that one goes really weird with Apocalypse Now. There's some iconic bits from Apocalypse Now, but that has a really weird story arc. Full Metal Jacket is one of the few Vietnam War films that is set in an urban environment, because when we think of the Vietnam War, we think of warfare in the jungle, guerrilla fighters, ambushes, but the Battle of Hue is one of the few major urban battles that the US military had against the North Vietnamese and the Viet Cong. There's loads of them. There's loads. There's loads of when we're talking about war films, we could go back and go to the period dramas of, muskets and black powder, of which there are plenty. Like there's War and Peace, there's Waterloo. There's been War and Peace obviously covers the other bit of the Napoleonic Wars, including Borodino, which is the bloodiest day in the Napoleonic Wars. All the way through to modern day, where you've got Sniper and you've got all sorts like Jarheads, Three Kings about the First Gulf War. There's all sorts. So yeah, very off topic, and we have gone into my love of military film and that genre of film. And talking about A Bridge Too Far, I'm staring at the DVD right now over there. On my table, I've got A Bridge Too Far, and it's staring me right in the face. The DVD is staring me right in the face, as is Inglourious Bastards as well, just there. But there's loads. There's loads of them. And very interesting. We've gone off topic, but I do always say that these are Q&A sessions for sport and also for general hangout. So yeah, it's allowed. Yes, Gene Hackman. That is possibly the worst Polish accent. He sounds more Dutch in that than Polish, even though there is a Dutch guy in the film who plays a Dutch liaison officer in the film, and the woman who there's some actual Dutch actors and actresses in the film who actually were there in real life when the Battle of Arnhem and the liberation of Eindhoven and Nijmegen and the blowing up of the Wilhelmina Canal, the bridge at the Son, and all that. Oh, Gene Hackman. Yeah. I can't remember which film it is with Will Smith, but he's The French Connection Part 1, Part 2. His two best films, the French Connection films. It's a pity how he passed away and his health towards the end, but he was a fantastic. He was a brilliant actor, and obviously he's now passed away. But you have to watch the French Connection films because they are, again, true events. They're based on true story. Gene Hackman, fantastic actor. I don't think he's underrated. I think he definitely got his accolades as with his awards and the amount of films he was in. But there are some characters apart from Bridge Too Far, which everyone can agree it's not the best Polish accent, but he does try because there weren't many Polish actors this side of the Berlin Wall at the time, or those who could speak fluent Polish or Polish Anglo-Polish accent. So he did his best. It's not as good as the first. I think the second French Connection film is darker than the first, personally, but they're iconic films, and they were filmed actually in sequence as well. They were filmed literally at the same time in sequence, so there is that as well. And Gene Hackman, he's still brilliant. They're fantastic, and Gene Hackman is absolutely fantastic in them. Absolutely fantastic. I forget the film he's in with Will Smith, but he's brilliant in that. I forget what that film's called, but no, Gene Hackman, absolutely fantastic actor in a number of different genres. He did some comic roles as well, if I seem to remember, but he's absolutely fantastic. And in A Bridge Too Far, he has to play a very pugnacious, combative, abrasive character. And yes, the real Papa Doyle was in the film. Yeah, there were some who were actually active in the battle of involved in Market Garden, who appeared in the film. I think the guy who plays Werner Pluskat in The Longest Day, the actor who played Werner Pluskat in that actually served in the German Wehrmacht on the Western Front when D-Day was happening, and the real Werner Pluskat was actually a combat advisor to the director. So when you watch The Longest Day and you've got the bunker and the German officer who gets woken up in the middle of the night, goes down to his bunker, looks out across the English Channel, that already happened. Quite a few of the German actors in The Longest Day actually served in the German Wehrmacht in World War II. I think all of them actually served on the Western Front. He was, yes. He was in the Battle of the Bulge film, yes. There's loads of good war films. Now the bit where they have Pegasus Bridge in The Longest Day, it's really interesting. The guy who plays Major Howard, who's the commanding officer who seizes the bridge, he actually was part of the paratroopers who seized Pegasus Bridge. I forget his name. I think it's John Howard. I think his acting name was John Howard, but Major Howard. His unit, the 2nd Oxfordshire and Buckinghamshire Light Infantry, the Ox and Bucks, they capture the bridge. Now, the guy who plays him is one of the Bren gunners who goes, "That's the commandos, they're coming." In real life, that was the guy who played Major Howard, is that guy going, that's Lord Lovett and the commandos, they're coming, they're on their way. He actually served seizing Pegasus Bridge, so there we go. Edward Fox, his speech. I like to think of the paratroopers as the homesteaders, and we're the cowboys rushing through to defeat the Indians. Yes, he actually, the real General Horrocks was again a combat advisor, and Edward Fox actually met up with him multiple times and actually spoke with him at length on multiple occasions, spoke to Lord Horrocks, and to get an idea of how to, because Horrocks was injured earlier on in Italy, and he had some shrapnel went through him, and he got stuck in his spine and split him open, and his leg, and he was still feeling the effects of injuries he received in North Africa and Italy, and wasn't at 100%. And so when he's giving his speech, he's on a lot of morphine at the time in real life, and that speech was given word for word. Edward Fox, when he was practicing for the role, spoke to a lot of the surviving officers from 30 Corps who were in that team meeting, yes, a story you'll tell your grandchildren, a mighty board they will be. Yes, that is true. Although I think Lawrence Fox, his son, is a bit of a bell end. I'm not a massive fan of Lawrence Fox. I think he comes across as a bit of a bell end, even with his politics and how Lawrence Fox has basically become a complete nut job over the last 5 to 10 years. But Edward Fox, brilliant, another critically underrated actor, and but he did do his research on Horrocks and 30 Corps and the meeting when he announces this is what we're going to do, to the end when they're on the church steeple and they're looking across towards Arnhem going, it was a bridge too far. He plays General Horrocks. That if you listen to interviews, because I obviously have watched the World at War documentary series, and they obviously do get General Horrocks, the commander of 30 Corps, and they do interview him. And he's got his speech kind of down to a T. He's got him down to a T. How he talks, his mannerisms. He really is a character actor. and that is a brilliant bit of just character research, because when you're playing actual people, and getting their mannerisms and how they acted and all that, Edward Fox just nails it. He nails it, and he's a brilliant actor. And as I say, criminally underrated. It's a pity his son's a bit batshit and a bit of a nut. But you know, it happens. But Edward Fox, brilliant actor, and he gets Horrocks down to a T. And as someone who's watched The World at War and actually has seen the interview that General Horrocks gives to, for The World at War, his lengthy interview, because these are lengthy interviews, several hours long for each individual person who appears on The World at War. I think it's like 30 episodes. And they interview Horrocks for his section, and he's got he basically impersonates him. And then of course you've got Michael Caine plays Colonel Vanderloo, and he's like, oh Christ, not again. It's like, oh yes, I forget the Irish regiment, the Irish Guards will be the spearhead, and of course Michael Caine plays one of the Vanderloo cousins, because there were two Vanderloos who were both colonels in the Irish Guards, and Michael Caine goes, oh, absolutely delighted to, sir. Oh Christ, not again. Because they had done so many spearheading attacks in North Africa and in Italy, and they'd suffered serious losses, even after D-Day as well. They had taken a pounding from North Africa, so from Operation Torch and Alamein, all the way up to Operation Husky, and then the landings at Salerno and fighting up with the 8th Army. They had significant losses, and they'd lost a lot of experienced officers and men. Then D-Day, even more losses, the attrition rate, and they hadn't actually had any time for any leave. Some of their men had been in action almost consistently since Alamein. They had barely been at home. They'd barely seen their wives and kids, and that reaction is oh Christ, not again, because they knew they were going to face SS troops. They were going to face some of the best of the left of the Wehrmacht with, the 21st. I think it was the 21st Panzer Grenadiers or 21st Panzer, and they had to face the Panzer Lehr, which was one of the better Panzer divisions. And then you had the 9th and 10th SS Panzer divisions around the Arnhem area. They knew they were, I think the 17th SS Panzer Grenadiers, they were like, shit, we're going to be facing some of the best that is left. And advancing up a single road with polders either side, and it's just, you're thinking, who's planned this? It's one of those staff meetings where you go, management have fucked up again, really? Oh, God. And they had, and as someone who's a bit of a World War II nut, they had suffered severe attritional losses by this point, and a lot of their replacements were inexperienced. And they were just, they were really, it was badly planned and bad. I've got several books on the Arnhem operation and the Market Garden operation, and what a clusterfuck that was. I mean, absolute shambles. And Field Marshal Montgomery really pushed it, and he really pushed it, and they did jump in daylight, which was not the first time they would do that. It wasn't the only time they would do that in World War II, but they did jump in daylight onto prepared enemy positions. This wasn't, they were jumping behind enemy lines, yes, but some of the landing zones were only a few hundred meters behind, or a few kilometers behind enemy lines. So you've got initially in the week before, the Germans are rapidly retreating across Belgium, and into Holland and across Luxembourg, and they're rapidly retreating onto getting to preparing the next defensive positions. But at the same time, the Germans are also bringing up reinforcements to the Western Front. Oh, why are we doing bits? This should be on the other channel. But they were bringing up reinforcements to the Western Front, so they brought some of these SS divisions, Waffen SS divisions from the Eastern Front to refit. That's why they were there. They were refitting, as were some of the other SS divisions and units and other Wehrmacht divisions that were being moved around to refit from the Italian front, the Eastern Front, and other areas of the Western Front. They were there to refit and re-equip, and they were bringing other divisions over to the Western Front to prepare for their own offensives. That would be the Battle of the Bulge, for example, and they were trying to plug gaps around Aachen and Metz, where General Patton was driving through. And if you play the Call of Duty World War II video game, when they had the Battle of Aachen and all that, so the US Third Army under Patton is battering its way into Aachen, and basically was being thrown out of Aachen by the German Wehrmacht. And this is about the same time, and they were preparing for the Battle of the Bulge, and what was known as Watch on the Rhine was the code name for it, to make it seem as a more defensive operation. And the Hagurten Forest and the Reichswald, and they were bringing up divisions to plug gaps, but also to prepare for counterattacks and the counteroffensive in the Bulge, for the Battle of the Bulge and the Ardennes. And so the Allies were hitting stiffer and stiffer resistance, and they wanted to quickly. They hadn't cleared the Antwerp approaches on the Scheldt, and so supplies were running a bit thin on the ground in Western Europe, in Belgium and France, and that little bit of Luxembourg they had liberated as well. And they were diverting troops from Italy to Europe, which was slowing down the advance in Italy. And obviously they were still securing areas behind the lines and all that, and they were bottling up the German garrisons on the Atlantic and North Sea coasts. And they were still doing commando raids in Norway, for example, and SOE drops in Norway and Denmark to throw the Germans off where they were going to go next. And there's a reason why Hitler sent 250,000 men to Norway unnecessarily. It was all the commando raids around the Lofoten Islands and all up and down from the top of Norway all the way down to, the St. Nazaire, where they rammed the destroyer into the floodgates to block the entrance to the harbour. They kept 250,000 men in Norway. And I think about 100,000 men in Denmark unnecessarily they didn't need to keep there, which they could have deployed onto the eastern and main western front. And it's at this time that they're starting to troop transfer all around, and they realise that we're being kicked out. So they retreat from Finland, which helps, and Finland switches sides and then drops out the war. And that helps. And then Sweden, there's the debate around Sweden transporting troops using their rail network, through Sweden to Norway. So they've got some, troops that they can redeploy, and so they do in time for the Ardennes offensive. But there's all sorts going on, and in part, they knew about some of the troop transfers that the Wehrmacht and the Waffen-SS were doing in regards to a bigger build-up on the Western Front, which they found a bit surprising. But they completely misread the troop build-up, thinking that they were having a strategic reserve to prevent a crossing of the Rhine rather than actually preparing for their own offensive slightly further to the south in Belgium and Luxembourg. But that was a byproduct of the failure of Arnhem and Market Garden. Was they misread the troop build-up just to their south, to the north of Aachen and Metz. They completely misread that, and they thought that that was being a strategic reserve to then plug the gaps and counterattack any potential advances, and they completely misread their enemy's intentions, with nearly fatal, catastrophic consequences. They got away with it, but it could have been a lot worse than what it was. But they got away with it, sort of. But ironically, it sped up the collapse of Germany. Was that counterattack? Had they just used a strategic reserve and not done that, the war could have continued for another year, 2 years. Honestly, that's no joke. Love the scene in Kelly's Heroes when the general is listening to the battle on the radio, saying, "I've got the game on." Yeah, that is brilliant. Yes, that is brilliant. I've got the game on. I believe the guy who plays the general in Kelly's Heroes is the same guy who plays JR in Dallas. The Man Who Never Was is great. That is The Man Who Knew Too Much is a good war spy kind of thriller, similar to a Jean le Carré type of thing, with some of Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy. The original Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy is better than the Gary. Honestly, the Alec Guinness Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy and those Jean le Carré trilogy is better than Gary Oldman. Just gonna be that kind of unpopular mic drop, but I think the original Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy is better than the remake, and that's my mic drop moment. It's amazing you haven't asked me about my favourite sports films, but that's, again, an interesting one. But we have gone very off topic, and we always seem to do this on live streams. We always seem to end up discussing politics or economics or current things that are going on in the world, or film in this case, or books. I've got a lot of books. But it's always interesting to have that kind of general hangout kind of feel. I always like doing that. Almost every live stream I get asked about something that isn't sport related. And as I say, I will do a review of the FA Cup third round draw tomorrow. It's going to be interesting to see what the BBC picks as the two matches it will show free to air, and also what TNT Sport pick for those non 3 p.m. kickoffs they're allowed to broadcast. They're not allowed to broadcast all the FA Cup. 3 p.m. kickoffs in the FA Cup are also subject to the 3 p.m. blackout, which again I think is ridiculous because it's not protecting attendances anymore. That's very clear and obvious. So that is going to be an interesting kind of backdrop to things. But we've been going for over 4 hours now. It's past 9 o'clock. I want to say a massive thank you to everyone who's asked questions. And I also want to say to any newer viewers or subscribers, please feel free to ask questions in the chat. There are some who, for various reasons, like to watch and not ask questions. But honestly, please just feel free to, get your questions in. It's always good to see new viewers and new subscribers ask those questions. And that's always fun. Always fun to get those new viewers and people who are newer to the channel asking questions. I know we've gone a bit off topic with, talking about the war film and military film kind of genre of things and actors and things like that. But that's kind of part of the fun of live streams. But obviously, I'm looking back at this year, just this year alone, looking at the subscriber growth. We've had a fantastic subscriber growth this year. It's been fantastic, and last year was fantastic as well with the subscriber growth that we had. And look, the view counts are a little bit below last year's view counts, but they're still pretty good. Okay, this last month, the view counts are basically back to normal now for the first time in a year and a half. So it just shows how well the channel's been doing the last year and a half. The last year and a half, the channel's been doing ridiculously well, if not the last 2 years. You know, last year was fantastic. This year, we're getting paid now. We're getting, you know, it seems like every 3 months we get a paycheck from YouTube, which is nice. Get a payout. You know, I think August and September the channel earned the most money it ever has, and you know, it'd be nice to see in live streams more viewers, you know, give super chats. I mean, that'd be kind of cool. But you know, not everyone can afford to do that. But you know, there is that option. I've only ever earned you know, limited money on live streams. It would be nice to earn more, but you know, at some point we are going to get that. I might change how live streams work a little bit. For a long time, I've had it for subscribers only, but I might make it for everyone again. I only did that to prevent all the trolls and idiots leaving stupid comments and you know, ruining it for everyone else. And look, it's obviously made life easier for you guys, the moderators, with how we make it a subscriber only kind of. You can only, if you've been subscribed to the channel for a period of time, that you can leave comments and ask questions. I think that's cleared up. That's got rid of the trolls. Putting that minimum time you've got to be subscribed. That's made things a whole lot better. By doing it for an hour, the trolls don't want to stick around for an hour, you know, because you know they just don't want to do that. They want to troll and keep trolling. So it keeps those idiots away. And it makes life a lot easier for the moderators like yourself, for example, and all those others who, you know, who volunteered, well, not volunteered, who I chose to be moderators. I mean, that's one thing I've learned, and I took a bit of advice from a few other YouTubers who you know, selected their moderators. If someone asks to be a moderator, they're not going to be a moderator. Straight up. There's been a few who've asked to be moderators, and let's just say they haven't ended up being moderators. As soon as someone asked to be a moderator, they're never going to be a moderator. It's a simple way of doing it. If I see people regularly in the chat, regularly leaving comments and having a good debate, whether we agree on points or not, because not everyone's going to agree on everything. We can have our disagreements, and there are times where, you know, I have disagreed with some of my moderators on certain aspects when it comes to sport, on a variety of different issues, and I think the way you can disagree and do it in a healthy, constructive way and have your point of view and argue your point of view, I think can be done. But yeah, look, it's been fun. Obviously, over the years doing this, and look, it would be nice to have, you know, more new people in the chat. You know, ask questions and leave comments. That'd be kind of cool. We are starting to see more and more, you know, new, as I say, new faces in comment section and in live stream as well, engaging and getting involved, which is great to see. And what has been really interesting, the last month, viewership from Canada has gone back up again. And, you know, I don't know why that is, but for some reason, at the moment, we are very, very popular in Canada. And I really am trying to figure out why suddenly, especially over the last week or so, that's become a thing. But apparently it's a thing. It's not as if I've been doing any NHL or Major League Baseball, NBA content lately, apart from to do with the ongoing investigations by the FBI and the district attorney into the into the betting scandals. Talking about earthquakes, obviously we had that big earthquake in Alaska a day or two ago, and now we have one in Japan a few hours ago. So there's been some big earthquakes in the US and Japan over the last 2 days, which we could have some. So talking about Charlton Heston and an earthquake. Charlton Heston, the golden age of cinema, and especially in the epic, the kind of the epics. So like Ben-Hur, for example, El Cid's another one. He really pulled off the sword and sandal kind of those kind of epics really well. He was very well suited to those kind of epic films, those period dramas and things like that. I mean, Ben-Hur won 11 Oscars, one of only 3 films to do that. Charlton Heston, he was a brilliant actor, and one of the few sort of conservatives in Hollywood, alongside Reagan and Clint Eastwood, and ironically Arnold Schwarzenegger. They were the more conservative kind of members of Hollywood, of which were more left-leaning and progressive. So very interesting character, Charlton Heston. He was obviously, I think he was the president of the NRA or chairman of the NRA for a period, the National Rifle Association. So he was a very interesting, Charlton Heston, very, very, very interesting. Very interesting, complex character. But I think one of his funniest films is when he appears in True Lies alongside Arnold Schwarzenegger, the future governor of California, which is very interesting considering they were both Republicans. So that was really interesting in '95 when he appears alongside Arnold Schwarzenegger as a supporting actor in that role. Which he has a little cameo, which I find, which is hilarious. His cameo is absolutely hilarious that in True Lies. Brilliant cameo, fantastic cameo. And he did a few of those cameos towards the end of his career. But golden age of cinema. He's one of those kind of actors when the big studios really dominated and when Hollywood was a lot different to what it is now. But fantastic actor. Oh, Bill Paxton, he's brilliant as the con artist. He's absolutely hilarious. But Bill Paxton was, again, a very underrated actor. I think his best film is he's an alien, isn't he? But he was brilliant. He was brilliant in Twister. I think Twister is an underrated film, the original, from the late 90s. He was brilliant in that. But in True Lies, he's absolutely hilarious. He does make the film in that middle bit of the film where he's just there as a filler. His character is a supporting character as a filler. But yeah, he was he died too young. I think he died far too young. He was an underrated actor, but he got more cast in supporting roles. Twister was one of his few lead roles that he got as an actor. Was Bill Paxton? He was one of his few lead roles. Was Twister, and criminally underrated. Absolutely hilarious. But he's in loads of films, and Twister, I think he deserved a leading role in a film, and Twister was it was a good film for its time. Not the best film in the world, obviously a bit cheesy, and a bit, disaster movie, but he deserved more leading roles rather than supporting roles. But Bill Paxton was hilarious in True Lies is one of my favourite films. But anyway, we've gone very off topic. We've been going now for over 4 hours. I'm going to call it, because it's 9:30. I'm going to call it a stream. I want to say thank you for all the questions. They've been really fun. And yeah, going off topic and discussing, cinema has been fun. But for me for now, thank you very much for watching. Really appreciate it. And we'll have some content tomorrow on the FA Cup draw and I'm going to do a couple of other videos as well tomorrow, which will be kind of interesting. I'll do a members video tomorrow as well, and I'll be doing a couple of other bits of content. I think tomorrow there's a few things on my to-do list to do, including historically bad NRL seasons and more football club histories. I've got to continue with the Northern Ireland clubs, so there's definitely more content that I need to do. I need to look back at my NRL playlist and look at the historically bad seasons to see where I got to then continue with my historically bad NRL seasons, because there's some really interesting, disastrous seasons, and so I've got to go through those notebooks, find out where I got to, and then go from there and continue that little playlist, because that was really fun looking at how bad some teams were. We've got the 3 Wooden Spoon Newcastle Knights to look at, and then we've got the 3 Wooden Spoon West Tigers to look at, and some of their seasons are absolutely horrendous. And then we look at the Newcastle Knights this season and realise, well, their points total on paper isn't shockingly bad. You actually look at their attack and their defence, and you realise how historically bad that second half of the season was for the Knights. They just fell away. That was shocking. This season just gone for the Newcastle Knights, absolutely shocking. When you look at the league average, the team at the top, the team at the bottom, they fell apart, and quite rightly they sacked the coach. Quite rightly, there's question marks over how the roster is constructed, and I think it's fair that Justin Holbrook gets another shout at a head coaching job, and he leaves the Roosters, goes to the Knights, and then Michael Cheika gets hired by the Roosters. So there's some bits behind the scenes going on, and it will be interesting to see how all 17 sides perform this season, considering some players are obviously, potentially going to be playing for the Perth Bears in 2027. It's going to be interesting to see if players are in the last year of their contract years, how they perform, and I'll be looking forward to doing the season previews for the NRL. That's going to be fun. I think I might do 17 separate videos this year. I've done it all in one the last couple of seasons, but in the 2021 season previews, and I believe 2022 as well, I did them as separate videos, and then 2023 and 2024, and I think 2025 I've done it as single video season preview, bosh. But I think I might go back to doing individual previews and looking at where teams finished on the ladder and points total and for and against. I might do it like that and look at the head coach and look at the captain and various things. But there we go. Anyway, thank you very much for watching. I'm going to call it a stream. Really appreciate it. Nice to finish on a sporting note. And I will be obviously doing a video looking at the FA Cup draw tomorrow. But for me, for now, thank you very much for watching, and I will have some more content for you all very, very soon. It is goodbye for now.